Good Mega morning, everyone. Welcome back to Mega May. We got an extra special run today because this is our longest single game speed run of the entire month. Mega Man Battle Network 4 or Rockman.EXE 4 Tournament Blue Moon Duo Omega, the quote-unquote 100% category for this game. Run by Timelink. Timelink, anything you want to say before you start this run?
I hope you like BN4. Because you will be seeing all of it today. It is going to be everything that you'll be seeing this entire day. This is going to be a crazy run. We're going to play the game 3 times. And it is going to be a ride.
Whenever you want to start, you are free. I guess you could mention set seed since you're doing.
Oh yeah, right. I should mention that ahead of time. So well, I'm playing on the Japanese version for one. I'll get into that later. But this right here is new game. This right here is continue. We're gonna be hitting continue to start the run. I have a file set up right here. This is 15 seconds into the gameplay, as you can see on the timer. Right after the intro cutscene, when you pick up your PET, which is also the earliest point when you can save the game. The reason that we're doing this is because I set up this file with a specific tournament board layout for all 3 tournaments. So I can tell you right now which opponents I'm going to be facing in Continue 1. It's going to be Ponta, Aquaman, Sparkman, Riki, Woodman, Videoman, and then Polly, Coldman, and Protoman. All for fairly specific reasons that I will cover as we get to them. Because we really need a lot of these scenarios game 1 in order for our big game plan to work out. So yeah, unconventional speedrun that starts on continue instead of new game, but this is for any percent in set seed is a different category, but for this category we just allow it like on the quote-unquote main boards. I guess there's 2 people who've ever done this, so it's not like there's really a large-scale Duo Omega speedrun community.
Well, maybe there will be after this run.
Yeah, I'm sure. So yeah, you can see in the splits at the bottom, the current world record for this category is 25 hours. You can see in the layout that the estimate for this is 20 hours. So some things have happened since then. Well, I'll cover that as we get there. But yeah, hopefully we'll even land a bit beneath 20 hours still.
I believe.
Alright, well, with that said, we're gonna be here the entire damn day. I got time to explain anything and everything, so unless there's anything else that needs to be covered beforehand, I think we are good to go.
Well, let's go.
Alright. Count me down whenever.
Let's begin. Rockman.EXE 4 Tournament Blue Moon Duo Omega on go. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright! So, welcome to the world of Mega Man Battle Network 4. The defining thing about this game, of course, if you know it, is its continue system. New Game Plus system, whatever you want to call it in the moment. Throughout this entire first continue, we're only going to be facing very basic level 1 viruses. There's a normal version and an EX version, which sometimes makes a difference because they drop different things. And then we will be playing the entire game again and again to actually face the higher level viruses, which... This game is pretty... is pretty infamous for that. A lot of people don't like what it did. And there are definitely some things that are kind of poorly implemented in terms of the continue system. But I still have a big soft spot for this game. I do love it. As you can see, I also have done a run of this on Red Sun, which is also less than 20 hours, so hopefully we'll hit right around that mark. And yeah, it's gonna be a good time. I hope you have food and drinks and everything ready, because we're gonna be here the next 18, 19, 20 hours. Finish up the tutorial real quick.
Where do things start to differ from 80%? Pretty early?
Right now. Well,
right now.
This is a minimal difference. I'm just gonna jack back into the oven right here in order to get a 500 Zenny BMD. This is going to be particularly interesting because mystery data advances as you pick it up. Blue and purple mystery data advances a state. Each continues. That BMD right there was 500 Zenny. When I do that again and continue 2, it's gonna be 1,000, and then when I do it again and continue 3, I think it's 2,000. It's 1,500 or 2,000. I'm not sure.
That's pretty neat. And if you don't pick it up, it stays what it is, right?
Exactly, yes. It'll just have that exact state in the next continue until you pick it up. This does mean that if you happen to miss an important mystery data at any point in any one continue, like for an HP mem or something, then you will have to do a 4th playthrough, which is pretty unfortunate. I think we're gonna get a particularly good draw here. So I want to take encounters early on. Oh boy. I want to take encounters early on for a guard 1A, because we need one later on. Like, not only is it just like a good chip and a good reg chip for early on, but we will actually need one. We're not gonna get this in the first continue, but in continue 2 and 3, we might get the foot bomb scenario in the final tournament, which does require you to have one. To make sure I land this. It's Thunder. That is unfortunately not really a relevant drop because Thunder 1 is in folder 2, which we get during the second tournament, so not really super worthwhile. Well, continue to check GMDs and take encounters, as I happen to need a guard 1A. We're gonna be checking GMDs so often this run. I'm going to be going way out of my way for them. Because one of the main bottlenecks of this run is Zenny. We want as much as we can realistically get our hands on.
Do you have to do any like Zenny farming later on? I know some of the games
yes.
need to.
There will be excessive Zenny farming later on. There will be so much. There's going to be like 5 different dedicated Zenny grinds. I hate to inform you.
Oh, wow.
It is actually like fun thing about this game is most of the chip trader strats in this are actually going to come from just needing. I finally got a guard one. Thank God. From just chip tradering ships that can be bought in shops. It's that bad. Like most of the chips that we free chip or 10 chip trade are actually just shop chips. It's quite something. There's not actually really many others that are like particularly difficult or slow to obtain, so lost GMD and then we jack out. That's our first internet trip. Thank you everybody for the good locks. I will definitely need them. If at any point one of you wants to join the voice chat, then please feel free. I will need company for the next 20 hours. I can't believe I'm doing this run again.
Oh, we appreciate it. We wouldn't have it otherwise.
Yeah, I kind of submitted this because I knew that nobody else was going to. So I figured, you know what? Might as well. The Blue Moon World record is still up for grabs for pretty much free, so might as well add it to my list.
Glad we could provide an opportunity or an incentive to knock that one out.
Yep. So it's been in 2023 I did my Red Sun run. I have adjusted the notes accordingly. Like I've converted the Red Sun route that I used into a Blue Moon route. And I got to test most of it. I got to test all of Continue 1 and 2 and make some adjustments and refinements. But I did not get to test Continue 3 at all. Everything from there on out is just gonna have to work out. We'll see. It worked out before, it should work out. The only thing is, like, I had to reroute, like, Beta and Omega Navis because each version has different version-exclusive Navis, of course, and they show up in different areas of the net, and I tried to do some cool routing things. We'll see if it works out or if it majorly bites me in the back. Yeah, this is Shade Man. He's, like, stealing the life energy of Navis on the net, and we don't really like that. So, we're gonna go do something about it.
And thank you to everyone watching and in the chat. Appreciate the company in Mario 84, Spherewa, Django, Mia, Linkshot, Cheese 8, and IB Blades for the sub.
Absolutely, thank you.
And Komari, glad you've recovered from your Bean 6 run.
So one thing about this game that's very important to mention is what you're going to see me do very often is just enter the menu to look at my chip folder, and that's because so this is the Japanese version of the game, and they have this kind of awesome bug where if you just enter any sub menu, so like I can do it using the folder menu, or I can do it using the save menu, or the sub-chip menu, whatever happens to tickle my fancy in the moment. My step counter gets reset to 0, which is pretty awesome because what that effectively means is we will never ever get encounters if we don't want them. All I have to do is regularly enter a menu and then I will just not get encountered. It's pretty damn sweet, and it shaves a lot of time off this run compared to the current record. We're going to be doing this literally all the time, at least until we have like collect and a couple other things. We're fairly weak.
Did Yuki's run play on English or just not do it?
It played on English.
That's a big difference.
Yep. There's a BMD down there, but we will be getting it during one of the tournament scenarios because I know for the fact that I'm going to be getting a scenario that'll take me right there, so that is nice. That's Energy Bomb. I don't really need that because that is also in an extra folder later. That's a Bug Frag. We'll be needing lots of Bug Frags as well, but they're not actually the bottleneck this time. Bug Frags are way easier and faster to get in this one. The Bug Frag grind takes up like an actually fairly minimal portion of this. Alright, so Shademan has fled to the Elect Tower. So we need to go there and hunt after him. Nope. It is very much worth noting, I don't know a tick of Japanese, like, I know absolutely nothing. The way that I'm able to identify a lot of things is, for one, GMD contents for any relevant area I have in my notes. Like, I'm using a slides-based approach. I'm looking at 287 slides worth of notes here. And they always usually cover one area per slide. and then the GMD contents for the relevant area are just in the top right. So like, when I see energy GMD content, energy bomb N, and I get something that's N code from the GMD. Like I know what I'm getting. There's a couple of cases where it's like not entirely clear. But usually I can tell what I got. There's going to be one scenario in Continue 2 where I have to read Japanese, kind of. I was able to thankfully put together a very good like cheat sheet on it that allows me to do it even without reading Japanese. Fortunate. There we go. So I just like look for specific characters or like, you know, match what I see on the screen to my cheat sheet, and then we should be good to go. But that was an interesting adventure that I'll talk about when we get there. We have to fight this guy right here for the earphones, so we can resist the sonic waves and go into the, I almost called it the IFL tower. That's Surfers 2. The Elect Tower. It's going to be our first dungeon comp in the game. One of fairly few, actually. This game uses a very different structure to the other ones. So there's actually only 3 dungeon comps. It's Elect Tower, Toy Robo, everyone's favorite. And then Meteor Comp. We're gonna be picking up a bunch of mystery data in here as well. Hopefully not taking a single encounter in these comps because the encounters have melody, which is pretty nasty. Nobody likes melody. And the quote-unquote boss at the end of this isn't even really a boss, so I don't even really feel like doing a folder edit right now. Kind of more of a fake-up boss than anything else. Here's round 1 of Cyber Bats. This is an interesting mini-game where you have to turn on the sonar and then you have 10 seconds to catch Cyber Bats. You can get good at this. And you can, like, there's 3 bats in Area 1 and 4 bats in Area 2. You can get them all in one cycle if you analyze the patterns and then reset accordingly. But I never, like, bother with any percent in this game. I've actually only ever done this category, funnily enough, so... I have no idea how exactly it works. Just need to find the last bat. Where is it? Oh, there. Okay, it's... So yeah, I'm gonna be fine too cycling all of these. I do not mind. If you ever see me like pausing for a brief second, it's probably because I'm, you know, reaching over to my mouse and scrolling down to advance to the next slide. To be like that, you get fairly little downtime in a game like this. We're gonna be doing this again, hopefully catching 2 bats per cycle. 1, 2, nice. Can we get free? Can we get the triple? Ugh, that's not gonna happen. Okay. But there's one down there. How long is this expected to be? The estimate is right around 20 hours. Hopefully it's going to be a bit less, actually. So a really good run of this would probably be less than 17 hours. We'll see if that comes to pass. I'm hoping right around 18 hours, much like my Red Sun PB. We'll see how it goes, though. There's a lot of uncertainties. Break to sleep? Hell no. There's not even going to really be a dedicated break. I mean, I will be going to the bathroom and eating and drinking a bit during credits. We get 3 sets of credits, so, you know, that's nice. But no, otherwise I will be here for the next 20 hours straight. There's the final bat. I have a lot of food and drinks prepared for this, so... yeah, I hope you guys came prepared too. Okay, there we go. What, didn't I? Okay. Yeah, I've done this once before, it's alright. I mean, this isn't even my longest speedrun. The longest speedrun I've ever done is something called Triple M, which I believe you will be seeing later on in the month as well. It's a run, it's Masters Mavericks Mutos, and it is a run that makes you do all of the classic X and Zero Serious games back to back. So, you know, like Mega Man 111 plus Ant Base, Mega Man X1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 0, 1 through 4. I've done that, it was like 23 hours for me. So, you know, and this is basically just a warm-up. It actually comes first. I mean, this is my third, like, 10-hour plus run I've done this for Mega Man, so... Like, I've already done Crimson Dragon Sigma with Rish, and some Beast SP with Kamari. Nothing can stop me now. Alright, so that was our first round of Shade Man. Do not worry, we will be seeing him plenty more times. And now we gotta sign up for our first tournament. There's, this is the tournament arc of Battle Network, basically. There's 3 big tournaments being held to determine the world's greatest net battle, to save the Earth. And we gotta participate in them and kick everybody's butt. Obviously, that's us. Yeah, this has only been done by 2 people ever, one of which is me. The other to have run it is Yukki, who I believe has done a 4.5 speedrun earlier in the month. And they have also done both versions of this. A few times, actually. I don't know exactly how many times, but they have done... I'm pretty sure they've done both versions at least twice. So now I'm actually gonna do a folder edit coming up for the tournament. This is good. I got a longsword E, that's nice. Guard is gonna have to go on Rig. Didn't get a guard 1 star, unfortunately, that's fine. I got an airshot star at some point, that's neat. So we're gonna Rig that, and we're gonna sort by attack, which is this, and then we're gonna swap some wide swords and long swords into what is known as the top deck. And then that's basically it, yeah. I would ask Terra to explain top decking, but I think he's currently muted, so, I will do it instead. Once I register my name here, I have various different names planned. The first one is, a Time Link Cold Classic. It's finally time! For this stupid big-ass rounding. Yeah, top decking is basically... this game uses a semi-random algorithm for shuffling the folder. Basically the way it works is your folder starts in order and then everything gets shuffled a bunch. But in the way that it does it, it's more likely for a chip to remain in its original position than it is to get swapped at all. And that means basically that means the first 5 chips at the top of your folder you are more likely to draw as the first couple chips in battle as well. We'll be placing our best chips up top frequently. That is what we call top decking. And yeah. Prelims, we gotta do a bunch of things. There's this guy who lost his precious data in a place called Metar Village, which he doesn't remember where it is, so we gotta find it. We gotta talk to a bunch of navis on the net. And, yeah, gather clues, basically. There's 3, like, prelim requests we have to do. We do them in order from longest to shortest. So this is the one that's the most roundabout, and then the next one's, fairly shrimple. And then the first one is just a virus gauntlet. Not just taking over Tony-EXE Expo. Good luck on the run. Thank you, appreciate it. Always gonna be checking GMDs. Thanks to, you know, being able to avoid encounters, it's worth even if you have to go out of your way for them. There's a lot of really nice chips you can get, both for the folder in the early game, as well as for 100% completion, of course. There's a lot of just convenient GMD drops that save time when I have to grind for these chips later. Grab a reg up 2 right here, and then we're gonna fight this heel Navi who's bullying the Metars in Metar Village. Subpar, but maybe we can make something work here. No! I got air grab! Don't air grab me. Come. Face me. Right here. Yeah, that's how you do it. Alright. The Metars are safe, the data is recovered, and we can go finish up the first prelim thingy. Next is gonna be this guy who's looking for gold bugs. Supposedly they can be found in AC/DC Town. You need 1 male and 1 female gold bug. We don't even have to go to the internet for this. We just like find them. Some can be a bit annoying casually, but if you know where they are, it's the same every time. So we just go talk to this tree, and then we go barge into Yai's house. Talk to her teddy bear. For some reason there's one in here. Oh, and before I do forget about it, I should be getting the Yai banner right here. We're gonna be using that a lot later. It's Yai's banner. Yai's homepage lets you into AC/DC free, where Town 1 is also very nearby. It's a pretty convenient warp to have. Yeah, the last one's just gonna be a virus gauntlet. She actually asks you a question beforehand, which is like a quiz question. If the answers are text, it's always gonna be the middle. If the answers are 0, 1, and 2, it's always gonna be 0. That's how I can tell, even though I can't read Japanese. gonna try something here. Nice. Good. So this should just give me an easy triple to lead. This could work very well if they happen to play nice. Come on. There you go. Pretty good. And then the final one has a boomer in there. Oh, I don't wanna... Oh, that's pretty good. I was gonna say, I don't want to airshot anything into the back row because it'll block the boomer and I really want to reflect its attacks. Here we go. That's basically the prelims done. Yo, what's up, Laika? Thank you for the good luck. Appreciate it, and we'll desperately need it. I'm gonna split prelims as soon as I look at the tournament board, which hopefully should be Ponta into Aquaman into Sparkman. There's one more thing we have to do beforehand. We now get access to Dendome. There's a certain food stand we have to jack into here. In the English version, this is a hot dog stand. In the Japanese version, this is a takoyaki stand. Which is interesting because there's a question in Sparkman scenario that revolves around number of hot dog, very famously. 140? Wait, that's not right. Which one did I miss? I didn't miss the one in Elect Tower. Oh, the one from the shop in AC/DC. I did miss that. I do have plenty of money now. It's fine. I'll just be getting it. I'll just be buying that. That's okay. So yeah, Ponta, Aquaman, and yeah. So we're gonna be getting a normal Navi scenario right away. So you know, in no one can win in the third bracket, and then Numberman is guaranteed to not show up until game 2. So it'll definitely be Sparkman last. I really should be making sure to pay attention to my notes meticulously. Ponta. Because it can be really bad if I miss even a single thing. I've gone over these with very delicate care. I do always try and make them as detailed and as step-by-step as I possibly can. We're gonna go jack to Yai's PC again. Or actually, well, technically I was supposed to jack in at my home and then take Yai's link, but it doesn't really matter. So now we need to send a whole bunch of Navi ghosts on the net to the next world. There's evil ones and there's good ones. The evil ones will try to fight us before we can send them away. And then there's a couple of good ones that just give us goodies without a fight, which is pretty nice. That's somewhat unfortunate. Suboptimal. My swords can't really do anything here. Sure. That was a bit late. My full synchro does carry over between fights. That's... So now we're gonna need to go to AC/DC 2, where there's one right behind the shop, so I can just buy the HP mem while I'm there. Since we're not gonna be fighting like many to any optional battles, HP is mostly just survival, but we will need to sneak run a bunch of eras like later on in game 1 and then like for a lot of continue 2s. Go and buy this. And the shop guy talks about how he feels like there's someone watching him. And that's because There. There's a guy here. I don't know if this is gonna work. She did work out. Yeah, right around 19, 18, 19, 20, anything in that realm is realistic. We're gonna be here the whole day. Get comfy. So now I'm gonna get that BMD in Town 1 that I mentioned earlier. This is one we'll have to pick up. All 3 continues. There happens to be a guy right next to it in this scenario. Town 1 also has important GMD. You can get Guard 1 star here, which is nice for the folder. But also, you can get Spreader L here, which is going to be important in like 10 hours time. Because in the Metalman scenario, which we will not be getting until Continue Free if all goes according to plan, there's a guy that wants a Spreader L. You can buy it from Hixby, but as mentioned earlier, I really prefer not buying things because Zenny is a huge problem in this run, so... I would like to just get it from GMD sometime in Continue 1. Unfortunately, starting Continue 2, it leaves the GMD pool. Yes, well, you were seeing that correctly. World record is more than 25. However, this world record is very old. Well, not... I don't actually know how old it is. But it is not the most up-to-date thing. If you see the other version's time, by me, is less than 20 hours. So hopefully we'll be right around there. There's one more friendly nav that you can send, but it's just for an energy bomb, so I will not be doing it. Oh, it's over there, right? I don't actually have like a map. I just need to remember. I never sent the guy for 3,000 Zenny in ACDC 2. I don't feel like I did. No, I definitely didn't. I should be doing that before I finish up the scenario. That is pretty important. That's a pretty important boost. Zenny is very important. Sorry, I'm like getting very distracted talking and not properly looking at my notes. We'll just redo this again before I lose the Cyber Sutra. I've unfortunately been like everywhere in the last couple of weeks. My mind's been everywhere, it's been very busy for me, and prepping for this has been a part of it. Do forgive if I make a couple of mistakes. That should be it. I need to talk to Yuko's dad again. That should be. I'll probably get settled in due time, but... You know, that initial nervousness is always going to be there. See what we can do here. I do have a longsword S at this point, so I can try and go for life sword. Which will be doing a lot of fights, but not this one just yet. Really? What do you get? Why do you get to do that? Not fair. I don't really know this guy's counter hit. Like his pattern's kind of weird as well. He alternates between 2 and 4 movements before attacking. Simple enough. So next is Aquaman. This is our first version exclusive Navi. In Red Sun, this would be Gutsman. Gutsman's scenario is pretty awful. Aquaman's is a lot shorter, which is why Blue Moon is preferred for any percent as well. The scenario is just a bunch of, you know, back and forth running around. We get a whole bunch of cutscenes. This is Shuko. Her Navi Aquaman thinks that she wants to replace her because they talk about it very strangely and ominously. But really, all she wants is to get a new washing machine. But they just keep talking about replacing the thing that goes blub blub whir, and Aquaman thinks it's him. Which is kind of ridiculous. But alas. Tis the Mega Man Battle Network 4 war. Some of the scenarios in this are very out there. So Aquaman has started crying and has flooded the entire net in doing so. So we need to fix that somehow. Something that would be really funny. This never happens in the game, but I think it would be really funny if there was just a normal, like, you know, tournament match. Like, if there was just a guy who was like, "Hey lad, see you at the tournament match, I'm looking forward to it." And then they have the match and that's all that happened. But no, it's always some ridiculous out there thing like this. Yes, I've prepared plenty of food and drink. Probably more so than I actually have time to, you know, eat and drink. That's not guard 1, unfortunately. That's something... Still haven't received either guard 1 star or Predator. Mr. Famous kind of came close, yes, but then he got, like, abducted. And then Lan had to resolve that whole issue. So this area is locked. Which means we need to go back to... I don't know if this is Atsu or Tai. They're like identical. We need to talk to him, and then he tells us where Shuko is, and then we need to talk to Shuko. Then Shuko gives us the key. Because Shuko, you know, just has her private own area in the internet. I guess it's like her homepage, but it's like... It's just a tiny portion of AC/DC too. I don't really know. We're gonna jack in at Dexus because it's the most convenient. Yeah, I mean, the Kendo thing is just like... it's so ridiculous. Everyone just wants to say hi to Kendo Man, and then, like... He just goes along with the training regimen, because Kendo Man's like, yo, you obviously want to be training under me. Go into these 3 Kendo statues. Actually pretty damn hard to near in the Japanese version, by the way. We'll get to that and continue too. So we're just gonna be looking for Aquaman here, explaining everything. I got an encounter. Surprise. But should be able to run. And then that's actually it. We're just gonna be able to fight him, which is so much nicer than Gutsman scenario. Everyone will remember the staged Chisao abduction in Gutsman scenario and all the ridiculous things you have to do. I have to go back into Elect Tower for one. Alright. Sure, let's throw mini bombs. Too early. I guess I will be trying for a life sword here, because Aquaman does have a lot of HP. Oops. You fool. Oh, but this is a mess. Yeah, well, at this point it's better to just draw the swords and kill him, I think. Or at least try to. I did just get random synchro, so that does kind of settle it. Well, we call it random synchro, but it's not really random. But I'll explain that mechanic later. So I have to read this email. This is the Aqua Soul tutorial. This game features something called Double Soul, we will be making use of. Aqua Soul in particular, actually, I have great plans for Aqua Soul. If you have obtained a soul, then you can select Unite with a chip of that specific element. And then you can go into a Double Soul. Aqua Soul can charge non-dimming Aqua chips for double damage. Pretty nice. So that is that. Next is the shortest scenario in all of the tournaments. This is going to be Sparkman. This scenario is supposed to be fairly long. Sends you on like a big fetch quest to find a big code. However, there's only a set amount of codes that the game can actually draw, and we can figure out which one it's drawn pretty easily. So we're gonna talk to Terry Jomon right there. He's gonna lock our folder up. And it's a really bad folder now. Then we go and talk to this lady over here. Says things about this guy, and then we're gonna talk to him. I think he's Terry's grandfather or something. We're gonna input 180000. Okay. Then we're going to enter 908. Okay, and then we're going to enter 9681 3 4 5. And whoa, we did it! How did he know? Can he read Japanese? Is he cracked? Unfortunately, neither of these things apply. I just, you know. It's fairly easy to figure out because he always tells you the amount of digits you have correct. There's only 5 possible codes, so we can pretty easily deduce from there. This guy is pretty annoying though. Sparkman is a tough fight early on. We'll see how well this goes. I did draw long swords, I just have to draw a normal sword. No shot I'm landing a mini bomb on Sparkman, right? These are the problems of only having cost 5. We will be upgrading to 7 later on. Currently dealing no damage. Please note, I am not an experienced any percent runner in this video game. Sword! Wide sword! Long sword! Program advance! Life sword! I'm actually surprised that didn't give me a random synchro. Sometimes I get it after big, strong attacks. There we go. Alright, nice. So that's actually 1 PA for the books. We will need to do all of the PAs as well, and that will take quite a while. And that's actually going to be one of the big things, is like making sure we get everything in each continue to make sure we can do all the Progr advances later on, because some things get very nasty to get if you don't have them. So I will be checking for a long time to make sure I have everything before I go into the next game. So there's a whole bunch of intermission stuff now before we actually get anywhere in the story. In the meantime, Fake Mega Robdat! Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. You are just in time to catch the legendary Mega Man Battle Network 4 Duo Omega Blue Moon speedrun. We'll be here for the next 18 to 20 hours, so I hope you get comfy. We'll be here all day bringing you good old Mega Man BN4 content. Nice! Okay, wait, hold on, I'm actually gonna just do a folder edit, and I'm gonna remove a bunch of these. And then go and reg this, because that's so much nicer than Guard 1A. I don't have Spreader L, which is not, you know, again, I can buy it. We'll only need this and continue free, but... it would just be nice to, like, it's nearly 4,000 zenny, so... it'd be nice to just get it. Practicing my 4 through 6 hack run first day midnight. Voyage, double jump for Shadow Game. Hell yeah! That sounds exciting. Oh, okay, we do this later, right, when we do the Rage Duck fight. I was gonna buy an HP mem, but we do it a little later in the run. Because funnily enough, my notes tell you to get that HP mem from the shop early in multiple scenarios. But the way that we have the scenario lined up... Sword! White sword! Long sword! The way we have the scenarios lined up right here, I actually don't ever get a chance to do that. That was a very funny hood. See, now the folder's getting a little better already. We even get to deal with melodies reasonably well. I don't think you can reflect Gaia's rocks. I'm pretty sure you can't, because I think they're breaking. So we'll have to find something else. Yeah, this is actually enough if I just get a charge shot in. So we're gonna go home, we're gonna talk to Mom. She's fine, don't worry. Nothing bad happened to her. And then we're gonna go play at Yai. Because nothing bad just happened. There's not like an evil terrorist organization that just, you know, barged into our room and, like, handcuffed our mom. It's okay. Getting a good amount of Zenny, which is nice. Still looking for that spreader L. I don't actually know what it is I'm getting there. It might be like Crackout or something. Any chips that we happen to get from GMDs are useful trader fodder as well. So now we're gonna go and buy an HPMM from the shop. I don't know what that is. We're gonna get this BMD as well. K30R turns into other important things later. And then it's time for the Rage Duck fight. This guy's all kinds of annoying, unfortunately. Seabab. Can we talk about how this game starts you with Airshot A in the folder? I feel like that's a crime. Like, what were they cooking? They did it right in being free. Thank you. So this is the reason why this is the Rage Duck fight. 9 up. There we go. So this is park area. There's actually a few pretty neat things from GMD in here. Like, this is when they start giving you air hockey, which is a chip that we will be using a lot later. We'll see if we can get any. There's some boomers in there, and just, you know, good Zenny and bug frags. The rig up 2, which brings us to 12th, which is important because 12th is the threshold for a little known chip known as copy damage, which also happens to be very good. And we will be using for a lot of the run. Yeah, right? Wait, sure, it would be nice if the game had us go to Park Area 3 particularly often so that we get a chance to pick up the GMDs. Nice. We do love our Vulcans. This is when we get the Navi Cust. The Navi Customizer, that is, not the Navi Crust. I do like my Navi without the crust. I'm gonna be careful not to soft lock. I don't know if it's possible in this version, but you always hear about people soft locking the Navi Cust tutorials. You know. I'm going too fast. I actually wanted to place that somewhere else. I guess that's okay. move it in a sec. And then it's time for everyone's favorite part of every VN Star Force 100% speedrun. I hope you're ready. I will be just focusing during that. You know what time it is. It's lotto time, baby! Alright, that's all of them. Cool. So we just got a whole bunch of things. We got many good battleships. We got some good Navi customizer programs like Custom 2, several HP plus 500, and Buster Pack. And we got a bunch of sub-ships as well. Lock enemies, unlockers, full energies, you know the deal. Yeah. We're gonna be adding that stuff in pretty soon. It's gonna be good. This game actually decided to lock PA completion behind a lot of lotto numbers. Like Air Hockey Free V, Twin Fang Free G, Flameline Free J, etc, etc. Like, those are actually PA relevant, and you just have to get the lotto number from... I don't know, you look it up or something. Which is kind of stupid. You also can only get one copy of these ever, which is a shame, because Air Hockey Free V is a really good chip. And I would love to get more of them. But the only ones you can actually farm are U and W. Alas. Finally get to go to Castillo and take our best friend Mail on a date? Pseudo-date? I don't know if Lan really thinks it's a date. But they have a good time. Except, well, they would, but of course there's viruses running around and messing with everything, as usual. Oh, I didn't get the sub-memory, did I? At the entrance. I don't think I did. Let me just... Oh, I guess it doesn't show me my capacity. I'll have to remember to get that. It's a bug frag? We got 2 unlockers from the Lotto Trader. One of them we already used on the PMD in Town Free, which was an HP mem. The second one we're gonna use right here in this area. We're gonna be unlocking this PMD, and we're gonna be doing a Navi-cast edit while we do that. We got Bust Pack, and it conveniently fits perfectly right here. Gee, it's almost almost like someone put thought into configuring that Navi-cast. And I'm gonna this. Get Varsword V, which is a very nice chip. We also got a Varsword C out of the trader, which we'll be seeing some use. C is unfortunately a worse code. GMDs here can have invis, which is nice. Okay, folder edit. We have a lot of stuff. Actually, not the air shots yet. Hold on. Yeah, I don't have that much stuff to put. Not one-shot free tea, I don't like it. Where's Twin Fan? There it is. That should be pretty good. Pretty good folder upgrade. We'll be making it even better as we get the folder 2, as we actually approach the second tournament. But this will do nicely for now. So here's the power of air hockey. We like air hockey. I'm gonna quickly check if it lets me leave and I can get the BMD in the ticket. Nope. That's fine. We'll do leave the park in several scenarios. I'll just have to remember to get it. Someone remind me. I think during Woodman would be the best. Remind me to get the submem in the ticket machine outside. So now, of course, we gotta spend on our date. We gotta buy some ice cream for her. We're gonna be gentlemanly and pay for it all instead of splitting the cost. Then we're gonna go into the haunted house together, and by together I mean we're just gonna leave her at the entrance and then walk off. We're gonna talk to our Solar Boy Django and get Gunsoul 1G. For any Boktai fans, we will be using the Gunsoul series a lot in this run. And now, it's time for everyone's favorite part! Play that song! So I hope you like this song, because we will be hearing it uninterrupted thanks to encounter skipping. And we will be hearing it 3 times and then, you know, a 4th time in a mixed version. And also, we will be doing this every single playthrough! So you have lots of Toy Robot to look forward to. So again, I can't read a lick of Japanese. But the correct story data is in the same place every time. You have to, like, replicate the story of the toy robot that went out of control here, and that'll open the path to the exit. There's not much more about it to say than that. The raft moves extremely slowly, and it's just a bunch of long-winded walking, really. So yeah, I hope you enjoy. This is a culturally important Mega Man Battle Network dungeon, I would argue. We love Toy Robot. I forgot to split. You know, I do prefer the idea of splitting the bill on first date, or like the first couple dates when you're just getting to know each other still. But again, they are well, for one, you know, Lana Miller kid. Probably didn't think about that too much. And point 2 is the, you know, game came out. When did this game come out? It's like 2004, right? We were still living. I mean, we were and we are still living in a pretty heteronormative world, so it do be like that. Can someone come here? Oh yeah, did I forget to mention we have Buster Pack in now. Our charge shot deals 50 damage. We're going to be pretty powerful for a while. This is actually what's gonna get us through most of Continue 1 pretty easily. It's just having max Buster stats. We have Charge 5 and Attack 5, because the tutorial gives you a Charge +1 and an Attack +1, and then Buster Pack gives you +3 on each stat, so... yeah. Sometimes our Buster is our best weapon. If you have any questions, then feel free to shout them out. Now, well, and the next 2 times that we do this is the perfect time, because I don't really have anything else to talk about during Toy Robo. Ask me anything. This can't be good. We're only an hour and I'm already running out of content to talk about. I mean, really, there is plenty. Boy, it's Toy Robocom. Otherwise, you will just be listening to the eternal agony that is Toy Robocoms for the next 15 minutes. Do you dream of Toy Robocom songs sometime? No, not really. Not yet, at least. Maybe tonight I will be. This run... So we started at 7 AM my time, or actually, well, it was closer to 7:30. If the run goes for 20 hours, then we will be ending at 3 AM my time. So maybe I just will dream of Toy Robo song. Who knows, it could very well be. Thankfully, tomorrow's a holiday. So I don't have to go to work and I can just sleep the entire day after this. I did actually have to work yesterday, and I had to work the late shift, no less. So I got home, like, 11:30 PM. I only slept for, like, probably 6 hours at most. Did not get a full 8. I mean, it could be worse, but... Now we're here playing Mega Man for 20 hours straight, so... How do you know exactly what splits to put here in Game 1? Excellent question. I did talk about this very briefly earlier. I don't want the Billies. I'm just gonna fire. So I did talk about this earlier, but I can definitely repeat it because it does warrant repeating. So prior to starting this run, I already set up a save file that I just continued off of. Where I did something called Tournament Manip. What Tournament Manip is, shocker, it manipulates the tournaments you get. Basically, when determining what opponents you'll face in the tournaments, the game looks at how many frames have passed since power on when you hit new game. Specifically, and only if you don't have any clear data or any data saved at all, if there's no continue option available on the title screen. So what I did is I got myself a shiny new blank, real physical cartridge, of course. And I specifically let 1,826 frames pass since power on. Which I did using the help of a little tool from the community known as the HUD, which let me identify exactly which frame I hit, and yeah, that lets me get very specific opponents in the tournaments. So I will know exactly what I will be getting and when I will be getting it. First tournament was Ponta, Aquaman, Sparkman. Second tournament is going to be Riki, Woodman, Videoman, as it shows right there. And the third tournament is going to be Poly, Coldman, Protoman. If Poly, Coldman, Protoman sounds like the worst thing ever to you, if you're an any percent runner, then yes, that is correct, because that's pretty much the worst possible scenarios ever. But for Duo Omega, they're all very important and we will need them. You can only manipulate the first tournament. I can manipulate all tournaments in Continue 1. Tournaments in Game 2 are consistent to an extent. Like, I know, for instance, that in Game 2, I will be getting Numberman, as well as Top Man, as well as Woodman, as well as Burner Man, as well as Kendo Man, as well as Junk Man, which is 6 out of the 9 scenarios. The other ones I don't know what I will be getting. And then free is just completely random. 2 is only semi-random because we specifically manipulated the first, and there's gonna be a couple other minor manipulations that we can do. I will get more into detail about that later, because it's actually pretty important. But yes, strictly you can only manipulate the very first tournament. Any person manipulates for, I believe, Ponta, Aqua Spark, Video, Riki would, as we would here actually. But then it manipulates for Foot Bomb, Kendo, and Junkman. Shoutouts to Gundam Soul. Tayo! For all my fellow Boktai enthusiasts. The unmatched power of the sun will be with us. Speaking of, actually, this is the final toy robot. This is the Jackie toy robot, which tells the story of Masola Boy, the Django! And we get a slow, lo-fi mix of Toy Robo here. I like Boktai, I would like it more if all the monsters didn't make squeaks and made actual threatening sounds instead. Fun fact, I've never played Boktai. There's a good friend I have who speedruns Boktai too, and has made a task of it, in fact. But I don't have any proper exposure to the series myself. We will see. From what I gather, based on what I know about the gameplay, I don't think it will be super my style. But maybe one of these days. One of the few nice things about Toy Robos is actually one of my best opportunities to go and eat or drink something while the ride is going on. Yeah, Boktai and Battle Network had a bunch of big crossovers, as well as both of the sequel series. There was a Star Force X Lunar Knight crossover, which is pretty fun. Which you can enjoy the Star Force side of now in the Star Force Legacy Collection, out now. Please buy it, it's good. So fun fact actually about the I guess you can call this a crossover. You can fight Hideo Kojima in this game. Hideo Kojimbers appears as an NPC in the Vampire Castle here. I think sometime in the post-game, and if you talk to him, he like gives you a riddle based on Boktai stuff, where he asks you like, how many floors in the Cerulean Tower, or what's the attack power of Solar Gun 30? I don't know. But he asks you a bunch of questions, and if you put the answers together, then they give you the lotto code for Gundam Soul EX, which is one of the chips I pulled out of there. I actually think that's pretty neat. Pretty neat in-game way of giving you a lotto number. There's also the Z-Saver lotto code, which was undiscovered for the longest time. The main way to get the Z-Saver chip would be to link up your GBA with another GBA playing 0 free and then transfer it over. But that's extremely cumbersome. What no one knew for the longest time is for the longest time we only knew about 31 lotto codes, but there's actually 32. And there was just a 30-second lotto code for Z-Saver just in there the entire time. Z-Saver doesn't count for anything, we don't need to collect it, but it's a pretty strong chip and I like having it. So I do. Shoutouts to air hockey. I don't think I really need to save here, but I guess I will. We should be saving off. So this is Shapeman the second. Suddenly we can't hit him anymore. Oh no! Our attacks do nothing. Oh no, I got hit! Oh no, I got hit again! Oh no! Oh, what is this? Whoa! Powerful 500 damage chips in my custom screen. Whoa! Incredible. So this is when the game reveals its main gimmick, basically, is the power of darkness. If Mega Man ever goes into anxious emotion during battle, which he does when you play poorly and like take a lot of hits without landing any chip attacks yourself, then you will start to draw Dark Chip. Dark Chips, with the very exception of that one particular Shademan fight right there, because it's basically tutorializing you, will cause bugs to you, and will cause a permanent 1 HP loss from your maximum. We will be using Dark Chips in this run, but it'll be another 15 hours or so until we do so. Because we won't like Karma until the very end. We just want to get a couple Navi DS chips, like very far in the future off of the Omega Navi. I'm gonna grab the Dex banner while I'm here for the future. Thought this is supposed to be Serenade. I think it's something else in the Red Sun version. I don't remember what though. I'm gonna buy a bunch of unchaps right here. They're dirt cheap in this game at 100 Zenny, which is real nice. And we'll be needing a lot of them. I never got the damn Subnim in the ticket machine. It's okay, don't worry about it. I'll get it when I go to Castillo here, I guess. Please hold as I also forgot to grab this. So this is the point hunt. We have to get a bunch of these points which are scattered for the real world and the internet. There's, I believe, 66 points in total, but we only need 50 to pass, so we just kind of get the 50 fastest ones. There's a bunch of obscure ones. You can like trade chips for some of them. There's a guy here who's not particularly obvious. I do kind of wish we had more opportunities to pass through Town 1 just for the spreader check. That's Flameline 1F, I'm pretty sure, which is actually nice. I do need that. Oh, it's top right, not... My notes just say right, so I was expecting it to be there. But we all aren't perfect, and neither are the notes. I could be refining these for years to come still, but eventually I have to be satisfied. I've already spent way too much time on it. I'm missing a point. Oh, I know which one. It's the guy behind the takoyaki. This guy wants to play rock, paper, scissors. But he can only do... I think he only does scissors, so we always pick rock. Is correct. So now we have half of the points, and now we're gonna go into Castilla, which is where we want to end up. A lot of the points are in here. I don't know where this BMD is. There's a guy in here who's just gonna give us 10 points in exchange for doing free virus fights. Pretty good deal. Especially because these are still fairly weak viruses. See, if I could have done a copy damage on the Lark right there, but I think by that point, when I then pressed Twin Fang, the melodies would have both moved away. Gotta be quick on the draw sometimes. Then we're gonna get 4 from a guy in here, and then 1 more, and then we are all set for our next. When in doubt, air hockey. In air hockey, we trust. Alright. So now we get folder 2, which has a bunch of really good stuff. Nice. We're gonna need one of these, we're gonna need these. We finally have Airshot Star. We're gonna need these, and this. This. Now we're gonna fill up. I got an invis at something, that's... I'm gonna replace all these with E-coded swords. Replace this, replace this. This. Actually, I probably have taken out too much to go. Gonna grab E, sword. I had 2 longs with these, that's good. Now we're actually getting somewhere with this. That's good. Okay, got no extra. Read this email for the Jomon banner, so we can warp there at any time, and then that's the prelims. All right, so Riki. This is the shortest scenario in the Hawk tournament. We have to talk to Riki, and then we have to witness the awesome gangster grandma down here. I love the cutscenes in this scenario; they're so good. And then we just do a bunch of Metal Gear Solid and go to the end of Park Area 3, as we will do very often. While I do that, Axe the Road, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to Mega May, a month-long event held to celebrate Mega Man and support the Kickstarter for 20X Expo, hopefully coming to you in August 2027. Exclamation mark Kickstarter if you want to learn more about it. The scenario tends to be fairly simple because these guys are idiots. They have like a cone range in front of them, and anything else they can't see. They're gonna sneak by them like that. Most of the patterns happen to line up pretty well that you can just run through. It's just a couple you need to watch out for. If you happen to get spotted, you will get sent back to the start of the area. It's not a huge deal. I was about to press the button. Oh, this is actually good though. This is BGMD. This is In Battle Green Mystery Ada, also referred to as BGMD. And it has nice things. 2 bug tracks is pretty nice. I was actually kind of hoping for one of the chips there, because Park Area BGMD has many good chips that we really want. But I guess 2 bug tracks is always fine. I'll just be saving a lot because I don't know the proper movements and everything here. Mostly going off of muscle memory. Well, this is a draw. Not too bad though when you have a very strong buster. So we need to let Riki know that we saved his Navi, and then that's it. It's the entire scenario. Ooh, well, actually, Heal Navi is a back row camper. That was so sad. I was hoping he would come to the middle eventually. I mean, I guess. I can try to dig for Life Sword. If you're gonna lay it on that pick. Oh, well, it's unfortunate because he did air grab me. Otherwise, this would be an easy kill. He doesn't come to the front for very long. Am I gonna wait for it to get my area grab back? My area back? I guess I will. Goodbye. Tayo! Sorry, I have forgotten. I will do my best to remember in the future. I already skipped ahead. Where's the BMD? No, it should be left. Yeah. Didn't see it. Alright, Woodman. This is one of our soul navis, and this is the shorter one and the nicer one compared to Metal Man. Because Metal Man is a very annoying scenario. You have to punch rocks a lot. It's a pretty difficult mini game. You have to do it a lot, and also it takes some money and a spreader L every time you want to do it. This scenario requires none of that, and is much shorter. But we do need to go to Bark Area 3 again. As we do. So basically Sal wants to protect nature. And then there's like these guys who also want to protect nature, but they want to do it in more radical ways. And they're like sending bomb threats all around the world. And somehow that's supposed to help protect nature? I don't really know. I don't remember that. But we're gonna shut them down. It's another one of these classic BN4 scenarios. Okay, Twin Fang does. Never mind. Well, it would do it if I landed the copy down. Twin Fang is definitely an underappreciated chip steers. I think it's actually very good. Twin Fang 3 will be helping us a lot throughout this run. It's fast, it's pretty powerful, it has a bunch of neat extra effects that barely anyone knows about, I feel. Like, did you know that if there's an enemy directly above or beneath you, then Twin Fang will double hit it and pierce it and keep going? I don't think many people know that. And this game does have a lot of enemies that come to your side of the battlefield directly above or beneath you. Like the side bamboo guys and the white web guys. Boy bombs too. You can get a lot of use of it. Winfang Free is a very good counter against Araki.EXE, the highest version. So this is Woodman scenario. If you were like an any percent speedrunner, you would have perfect movement memorized throughout all of this, which means you like do a bunch of turns and wiggles and make sure that you get through perfectly without ever getting hit by the wood towers. I'm not an any percent. I will be using the strat known as bashing my head against it until it lets me through, which works sometimes, most of the time. The good thing is I am not in any danger of dying because they can't kill you, and also I will not be getting any encounters. So there's nothing that can kill me. So that is what we will be doing. I hope you enjoy this masterful gameplay. Yep, yep. We made it! It's that easy. And that's the entire Woodman scenario. Now let's see about fighting the big guy. I got rock shot, that's not. Yeah, first try, no problems. Didn't bonk into any wood towers. None at all. Oh shoot, that's really bad. Oh, you love to see it. That was perfect. Goodbye, Woodman. We deleted him the next week. Alright, and now video. This scenario, once again, is awesome. Vidi Narshi, like, pretends that Video Man is dying and has only a few days left to live and tries to hex you and prevent you from getting to the tournament. Nice. 1,000 bucks. 1,000 big ones. We have a cutscene right here, where nothing happens at all. Absolutely nothing has changed. Everything is completely as normal. As is per usual, we need to go to Park Area 3. Hope you're not sick of that place yet. If you're playing this on the Legacy Collection version, what would be the strats you'd be using for this round? Or would it be the same as the original but with extra steps? Yeah. So Legacy Collection is based on the Japanese 1.1 version. Which makes a couple differences. There's a couple 1.0 exclusive strats that we will be using later on. That we wouldn't be able to do. There's actually another one in Red Sun that I would love to show off, but we're doing Blue Moon, so, you know, so be it. One of the major problems in 1.1 pertains to Shademan Omega being significantly more problematic. We'll get to that a lot later, like a lot later. But yes, since it is based on JP 1.1, that means encounter skipping is possible. Thank God. It's actually really nice. But there are a couple extra things we would have to prepare for, basically. Use the link to mail and get the second one in ACDC 2. Yo, what is up, TJ? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Come on in. Welcome to the greatness that is Duo Omega Blue Moon. Where's the videotape? It's somewhere here. All we're doing in this scenario is collecting the free videotape. Well, nothing is wrong with my controls at all. Everything is exactly what you see on the screen. Then we use the Jomon. See, perfect, clean, fluid movement. Kinda weird how this scenario just doesn't do anything. Right? There we go. And with the power of all three videotapes combined, we can become Super Saiyan Mega Man! And fight Video Man. Let's see if this goes as well as the last fight. Splendid. Sure, I can Gundam next. Tayo! So Gundam Soul actually... Sword! Wide sword! Long sword! Gundam Soul powers up if you're using it in a place that has sunlight. And we're currently outside here on the stage, so it does get a pretty big boost. Specifically, all the Gundam Souls have their power doubled, their HP drain rate. Meaning that Gundam.EXE goes from dealing 240 maximum damage to 480 maximum damage, which is pretty good. This is Aquaman.EXE. I'm gonna air grab and then hopefully annihilate him with air hockey. If all goes well. This is a a Dark Soul. It can learn from us and copy the things we do. It changes based on your playstyle, which I think is very fun, actually. So it'll try and do a lot of the things that you try to do as well. I'm kind of dying. Ah! No! That's not how that was supposed to go. It's okay, we saved. This is why we save, kids. He just Dark Sworded me! Yeah, he did just invis and then he like threw out a bunch of powerful swords. Well, there's our first F of the run. Many more will come. I got like the same draw. Almost. Sometimes the Dark Soul will be very passive and do basically nothing. Like, not even use its like, normal boss attacks like Spoutman here. Sometimes the Dark Souls will do literally nothing. Because they're like, I don't know, indecisive or something, because they're trying to copy something, but... I don't know. They can perform it or something and they will just not do anything. Yep. I have used Life Sword several times, so they will be kind of likely to copy that. I think the DS Navis are very fun. There's going to be a big DS Navi gauntlet in like 16 hours or something. Unfortunately, we kind of destroy them with ear hockey for the most part, but fun shenanigans can still happen. So now we're abroad, preparing for our final tournament. We're gonna grab an expand mem right here, which gives us a bigger Navi cusp. Which is very nice. This guy... Wait, does he sell unships actually? No, I don't... Yeah, he sells unlockers. We sometimes grab some here, but not now. There's a woman in the first area that wants to sell us chocolate, and we kind of keep haggling down on the prices until eventually, like when you refuse for 250 zenny, she starts at 1,000, and then she just gets really mad at you. Like, you can starve for all I care. But we need the money, I'm so sorry. I feel so bad every time. This is the Wowzers box guy. You open the box and boom! Viruses! Wowzers! There's some stuff in the goddess combo, we'll get it later when we have collect. We'll be grinding something in there as well. Oh, okay, need to talk again. Most important version difference between Red Sun and Blue Moon, in case anyone was wondering. The fridge right here has pizza on it in Blue Moon. Whereas in Red Sun, it's a chicken leg. This is by far the most important version difference. I had to reroute everything based around this. So from here on out, GMDs are going to be chopped, so I will have to use an untrap to get them. Here. They are usually pretty worthwhile. Right here we have to find these 4 key data boxes. Find the 4 key datas. So we can escape this locked room murder mystery. Wait, what? I mean, I guess it would be more like an escape room. It actually kind of... But it wasn't really a voluntary one on Lance's part. Yeah, everything's connected to the internet, everything can get a virus. Stop functioning. That's not the code I meant to do. I meant to do Life Sword, not White Sword. For some reason I've been struggling with some of the command inputs for Varsort as of late. Utopia Era GMD will become important in continues 2 and 3 because they're our only good source of get on 2 and 3. Otherwise we'll have to get them from the chip trader. Elevator hop. Keep Alright, time for our final tournament of the day. Well, really not. For this continue, I guess. We're gonna be starting on Poly. Another very infamous scenario. Oh, baby. I need to actually scroll my notes. Where's Poly? This scenario is awesome. This little guy wants to stop us from attending the tournament, and he sets his entire village up to die of starvation in the process. Which is just awesome. Starvation and dehydration. Before we can go into Netfrika area, we have to fight this guy for the key first, which means doing a bunch of gauntlet battles. Sure. That was so bad. I didn't get the input off fast enough. I was trying to do fighter sword right there. Or I guess hero sword, I don't know. It's kind of the same. Oh, this could be interesting. Nice. Z-Saber is it does like 3 swords at once. I think it's long sword, wide sword, and then fighter sword. And then there's an extra command input you can do to make it do another sonic boom afterwards. I got the timing for this wrong a lot. It's actually... A lot of people say it's after the third slash, you press back and B, but it's actually like during the third slash, I found. This is Netfrika area. We'll be spending a lot of time here. I hope you like this area. We can also do the most important speedrun trick in the entire run right here. Watch this. Whoa! How does he do it? I didn't do the thing. I guess that's fine. I can do it. That's for some reason also JP only. So I think you can do it on the Legacy Collection. If I'm well enough informed. I don't know why. It's that specific BMD has like a larger hitbox and you can pick it up from up there. Compared to like all the other one. Since we have Coltman coming up next, I need to go and do this and then get this PMD for Black Bomb. Great. What do we got in the BGMD? Oh, pop-up! That's actually a very good get. It's another one we might have to trade her, but not anymore. Black Bomb. Yeah, I forgot to do the thing. We have to get the Water God right here. And we can jack back into Netfrika, and then I can do the thing that I forgot to do. Which is there's an important trigger. Shout out to the guy that's passed out here. There's an important trigger for building the Sea Slider, which a lot of people don't really know. Is you have to go and talk to this one guy near the sea slider rail near the undernet, so that the slider master will recognize that you are looking for the sea slider. You can have all the parts, but she won't do anything for you unless you have this knowledge that, whoa, you need the sea slider. Oh, we just need him. And he's like, whoa, did you know there's a slider master in this area that can build you a sea slider? And only then will she be like, yeah, I'm the slider master, what of it? It's me, your homie. Slider Master. My favorite Star Wars 3 NPC. So now the entire village is dying of dehydration because the water god has stopped giving water to the river. So we need to get the recover drop and insert it in the water god. You can tell this scenario is pretty long. This is why we really don't want to see this in any percent. However, it is extremely important that we get the scenario here for a reason that we'll see momentarily. Yeah, thanks, Polly. I'll be checking the GMDs whenever I'm here because they are very important. We'll be checking these a lot for Zenny later on. We will need so much Zenny from this area. And I got an encounter. Actually, I need a Heat Breath K. So if I can just like... We'll need a Heat Breath K for Coldman's scenario. Oh shit, that's... That's a Heat Breath D. I'll need the D. 2, 1, 3, 2, 3. Air hockey. Alright. One for the people. Tayo! Oh, the guy was stuck on the sand panel, that's why he didn't get in range. Funny. So there's the recover drop. Then we can leave. Now we have to jack into the water god. If you've done this casually, you probably got lost in here a bit. Just a little. It is pretty confusing. I do have a very specific route through this though. And also there's a lot of money. There's 100 Zen in each of these rooms. Adds up. A couple of these rooms also force fight. Because there's like dead Navi ghosts in here. There's another 5 gauntlet coming up right here. we go. There's a fighter sword input for the books. So this is the important one. This is the room where we get the legendary BMD known as Focus! It's really, really good. We love having Focus. That is going to go into the folder immediately, of course. And that's actually pretty much it. And this scenario also gives us a lot of money because there is a 10,000 Zenny BMD right here. We just need to do 5 more battles right here, and then we're in the clear. A lot of these early fights are going to be very simple just because we do have very strong chips from Lotto, but the game will catch up sooner rather than later. This Met isn't going to be able to do anything to me because he's going to be sliding on the ice forever. So I can Gundle-EX and then Rock Shot him. Another one for the people. Tayo! Alright, and that's Water God. Now we just gotta beat up Polly for all of his crimes. Oh, and everyone just forgives him, by the way. It's cool. That's fine. I don't care that you tried to starve and dehydrate us. This is a good start. I love Gundle-EX because we are in sunlight. Tayo! And that's Polly. GG. This is Spin Pink, which also lets us, together with the Expand Mem, we get to do this, which means 500 extra HP. Isn't that nice? Alright, Cold Man. I don't have a Heat Breath K yet, so this is the one where I will need to grind for it. We could buy this as well, but it's a lot of Zenny, and the grind usually isn't that long. Most any ranks are fine for this. And we get to keep the Heat Breath K permanently for all future continues, because Unlike the Spreader and Metal Man scenario, it doesn't get used up. Same with the Black Bomb and the other thing. So I'll just be going to Netfrika real quick once I deal with this. Windfang 1A, isn't that nice? We'll have a lot of those later on. Here, grab M is good. We will be needing those. Isn't really anything I need, but well. I just fumbled because I wasn't sure what input I wanted to do in the first place because nothing really worked. I somehow got a MacBolt 1C. That will be useful later on because I now don't have to grind for that anymore. I'm very surprised it gave me any drop right there. See, this is much better. There's MacBolt 1D. That's the second one of the bunch. Pretty sure that's the only two we can get off of this guy as well, so... I need Heat Breath. I don't remember the odds of getting a Heat Breath encounter here. There's a lot of encounters that have double Heat Breath. It very much tends to be worth it. I think it's like 6k to buy this, so... Man... If I think it's it's guaranteed at 8 rank or above, and I think 7 even gives you a 50/50s. Yo, Top Mogul. Thank you for the good luck. Appreciate it. Boomer 1 star is very good. We'll be using that a lot. I should put that in the folder. Next chance I get. I also do need to grind for that in game 1. No, yeah, that is one of the ones we grind in game 1. Okay, there's Heat Breath again. Let's see what we can do here. These guys are kind of tricky to like get a high rank on. But that should be a Heat Breath K. Yep. I have this BMD and I have Black Bombs. So all I need to do is go talk to Coldman and then we're good. So this scenario is in classic BN4 fashion. It's completely normal as well. So our opponent is Chilsky from Shara, where it is very cold. And Chilsky thinks that it's too hot. So first he sends his Navi Coldman into the internet to cool things down. And when we tell him, hey, you can't do that, and that doesn't work, he gets disappointed. And of course, what he does is he goes to Sharo, hijacks the weather satellite, and causes snowstorms and blizzards across the entire Earth. instead of doing what any sane normal person would do to cool down. So, yup. This is what we're dealing with now. We have to get rid of this, Oh, right, I need to do a snow first before I can double. We have to fix this mess somehow. As you do. Yeah, I don't know, like, he has, like, a really, like, big thermo jacket. But no, no. Gotta make it snow. Let it snow, let it snow. Yeah, Lan is very good at shoveling. Fun fact, the text box actually says, press the B button to melt the snow, which is not really accurate, like that's not what's happening. We're not melting the snow, we are shoveling it aside. This game is, we all know and love VN4's awesome translation. Getting the scenario is pretty important because the scenario has some pretty important BMDs. There's a reg up, there's an HP mem, and there is a BMD for battery in this scenario. It's one of the elemental attractor programs, and is very useful to have. This is why we really want to get this in Continue 1. But he's moving that fast, the heat degenerates might actually melt it. Not wrong. So that right there, we lit with Flameline 1F, which is a chip that, well, I got it dropped, but, also was in folder 2. You will also see a temperature gauge whenever I'm not in battle. This temperature gauge goes from 36.5 degrees Celsius to 32, which I think it's supposed to be Lan's internal temperature or something, which means he's got a very consistent internal temperature. It'll very slowly go down. When it hits 34 degrees Celsius, then he will no longer be able to send battle chips to Mega Man, which is pretty bad. And when it hits 32 degrees Celsius, Lan dies of hypothermia and you get the bad ending. That's not true. You black out and you just wake up in the showers, basically. I just wanted to say that. Did anyone believe me? It wouldn't be out there for this game, I think. So what I'm gonna do is after I'm done with this comp, I'm gonna go enter the shower space center to reset my temperature. And then do the other two. So this needs Heat Shot, which was also in the second folder. Heat Shot C specifically. The game does a pretty good job at setting you up for this for the most part. It's just that you need Black Bomb from the PMD and shower area and then Heat Breath K. Either buy or get it dropped. I don't think BN has any non-combat game over. No. Not that I can remember either. It would be funny though. Right? That's what matters. Your Honor, in my defense, it was very funny. I don't think I've really talked about the different command inputs for Var Sword. There's a lot, and they vary per game. This game has left B, right B, which is the Sonic Boom. Half circle full ward, which is the fighter sword input that I'm doing a lot. I'm just gonna wait. This is gonna be a bit. There's life sword, which is like a full circle, like going from. Like I start, I hold and then I go down and then do a full circle around, starting going left. There's several weaker inputs as well. Oh shoot, that was gonna be faster. If you just do a quarter circle forward, you get a long sword. I think if you do like a half circle backward, you get a wide sword. I don't know if there's any more than that, but the most common ones are Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom, Fighter Sword, and Life Sword. Sometimes I will Longsword if I realize it's enough. This is the last one. So no, really puts your mashing skills to the test. This is the Gundle Soul. The numbered Gundle Souls actually don't see that much use. Their limited range is kind of an annoying factor when you're dealing with most things. It's kind of hard to actually make sure that something lands right. And you get the full damage off, which is much less of a factor of Gundle.EXE, especially since you can reach into the back row. But they do see decent use, and there is a program advance using the Gundle Souls, so we will need to be doing that, of course. I actually went on a Z-Saber command input training bootcamp the other day because I could not hit this input for the life of me while I was doing my Red Sun run. I meant to draw Twin Fang. Well, it's fine, really. It doesn't matter. We are strong. This is what I needed Heat Breath K for. And we're done. Thank God. Weather has subsided. I mean, it's still really damn cold, but people aren't dying anymore. This game just has the most normal, regular scenario. Just everyday thing. Alright, Coldman is a back row camper, so Gundle.EXE is very nice here. Oh, there's something fun. There's something fun you can do if you do that as well. Coldman will try and shove his ice cubes at you if you're in range. Sword! Wide sword! Long sword! And then you can do that. I'm gonna need to wait for him to do something specific so I can actually get this off. Doesn't matter. There we go. And now I wait for him to do this, and then we go. That was a good fight. So Goldman will come to your area to shove an ice cube as well, and that's how you can get him in sword range. And now, the longest scenario in the video game, I think. We need to do a whole bunch of prep work first. So we're actually going to be taking the plane back to AC/DC for a moment. We're going to be barging into Mail's house. I'm sure she doesn't mind. She was right there in front of the Coliseum. I have a lot of money. I have way more money than you because we did get Polly. So now I need the C slider. The C slider is something that is needed to access the undernet, and you have to put it together every single continue. Again and again. Kind of unfortunate. I understand why, but I don't. So I have to go and talk to this guy over here. Tell me the first part. I went from hacked ovens exploding to global catastrophes, yup. I feel the world is headed much down the same path, but I don't think I want to get into that. There's nothing in town free, but we do need to go here into Park 1. Because at the bottom, right there, you already saw him. Is the next dude. Those guys over there are having a completely normal conversation. I think the heel Navi was like staring at the girl from a distance because he was in love but couldn't confess. And then she called the cops on him. I'm pretty sure that's literally what happened. I don't know how the story ends. There's our second sea slider part. I hope they get a happy end. Oh, actually, I just need to go to ACDC. I also really want an on-trap because we're about to do a long undernet trip. I need to go to Yumlin area right here, just the last part. I don't have any on-traps left right now, but this has BGMD, so could be huge. Nice, static. That's another very good one to get. Because we would also have to free chip static. Or 10 chip static, if we don't get it at all. I'm gonna go and refresh on traps real quick. There's two places you can refresh on traps. It's Electown and Yumlin. But we don't have access to Yumlin in the real world yet. There's only one scenario where you get real world Yumlin access before like the finale of the game, which is Junkman. Which we will not be getting until Continue 2. So the reason I did all that before like starting the scenario proper is because once we enter our hotel room right here, we can't leave. Proto Man locks us in for some stupid reason. It's actually not even necessarily that Proto Man locks you in. It's like you get some text about we need to help Proto Man, and Mega Man doesn't let you leave out the door, so we're stuck in here. So now we have all the free sea slider parts, and I went out of my way to talk to the guy in Char area on the right. I can finally make the seaslider. Yeah, exactly. In Red Sun, you have no way to access Yumland until the end game. You don't know anything about Yumland. There we go. Pretty funny. I mean, Yumland is mentioned and its net is visited in BN2. But you've never actually been to real world Yumland. That's one thing I kind of appreciate about BN4 is it makes you actually visit these places. Netopia, Netfrika, Sharo, and Yumland in the real world. You get to explore them. They're not particularly large. I think it's cool. Now we get to do this, which is pretty awesome. Much better than press. We get to grab jungle right there. And let's... okay. And now we get to go to the undernet. Yeah, absolutely. I think they could have done more with it. Alright. So, since I have an on-trap up, I'm probably going to be going out of my way for GMDs, because the Zenny rewards are very good. So I'll check where they are, or try to. There's a BMD here that I need as well. I would like to be getting no encounters, because they are kind of scary and not super worth. Need really good ranks or like collect to properly get anything. Nice, big money. I don't know what the second one is. So in the Proto-Man scenario, there's these doors blocking the path to the next undernet area. And we need to find some keys in every area to unlock the doors. Proto-Man gives us a vacant, like, in the middle of 4 bone. And then you have to scavenge the area for the key. This scenario is really annoying casually. I don't like finding the keys. In the speedrun, it's okay, especially since we can just avoid encounters. But it's still pretty long-winded. The equivalent scenario in Red Sun, which is Searchman, it does make you go for the undernet in the exact same way. Oh, I shouldn't have... it's fine. I was supposed to go to the door first, but it's... we'll need to come back. Like, there's no doors or anything. You just walk straight through all the areas. And that's that. That one ends up being quite a bit shorter. Now we need to get blue key and green key. Blue key is in the right corner of a square. There's 2 squares in this area. One of them has Junkman Beta in the right corner. So if you've already fought Junkman, then you're in for a nasty surprise. The other one actually has the key. Oh, the GMD's on the funny path from Park area in Town 4. Looking for... yeah, we're not going to be doing any of the boss ghosts until like 15 hours from now. When we can actually take them on. We don't want to have them running loose on the net. Even though we can avoid counters usually. We're gonna be doing one big beta and a Mega Navi boss. Way down the... Next one. Being able to escape from bosses. Yeah, if you run into a mega boss early on, you get destroyed. Disabled running. I feel like what they wanted to do with running in like a mega bosses on the internet just varied on a per game basis as well for some reason. Sometimes they'll let you do it, sometimes they give you 100% run. Sometimes they don't let you do it at all. Money? So now, because it was so nice, we need to get freaky! I don't like this. I think it's boring as hell. I think the whole key thing is just padding. It's okay, we'll do it. I think for this game, the big one is like running into Gutsman or Aquaman in first AC/DC areas. Jump scared by them later on. Fun fact, if you link up both versions of this game, there is only a single area in the entire video game that doesn't have an Omega boss running around in like a post-game state. Which I think is kind of hilarious. That area is Black Earth 1. Every other area, because they have so many bosses in this game, and they needed to put their strong versions out there somewhere. Every other area has an Omega boss. For this era, it would be Metal Man Omega, for instance, because Metal Man Beta is in this era. We will be fighting him later. Thank God. Okay, we're basically done at this point. A couple of things we need to scavenge for here. There's no more doors and no more keys left. Yeah, well, yes. So specifically Black Earth 1 is free of Omega bosses. Because Black Earth 2 has base Omega running around. Or base XX if you have patch cards installed. Oh, not yet. There's one more thing I need to get. It's a BMD that is more on the way during Surge Man Scenario, but we still need to get it now. While doing Proto Man. Because that is an attack +1 for the Navi need during bug frag. And it's actually just generally used. Okay, some gauntlet battles. Let's say air hockey. Welcome to Under 5. The next time we'll be seeing this era is in like 14 hours. This is only a small subsection. So here's some more fights. Fun fact about this is that in the English version, if you press L to talk to Mega Man here, or like if you try to run away, Mega Man's dialogue will actually be special. It won't just be we can run away right now. It's actually something like let's do it, Chad. Let's save Proto Man. Which I think is a very interesting little thing. It's a nice attention to detail. And something I discovered during Yukki's run when he tried it. Shoutouts to him. Or them? I'm not... Shoutouts to them. No, not Metars and Wind. And that's Proto Man. Somehow he couldn't take on that himself. The story is like that Proto Man used a dark chip at some point, and then goes crazy, but his HP is not dropped by 1. I think that would be a very nice touch, actually. That would be very fun. And for every other time you do this scenario, it drops by another 1. But they weren't awesome enough to do that. Right, I thought I had Life Sword for a second. That would have been so good right there. Do I want to try and stall for this? I'm not sure. I think Cust 5 is kinda... How is that a counter? He already attacked me. Proto Man's counter timings in this game are super weird. Like, they're way later than they should be. And I get hit so much in this fight. Sword, wide sword, long sword! Are you kidding me? I thought that might happen. He attacks so fast, and he just flinches you out of whatever you're doing. But he can't protect against the power of the sun! Oh, man. Well, it is how it is. I kind of was expecting that time, because I had similar problems with Proto Man while I was practicing. He can be nasty. I hope you enjoyed the 5 seconds of normal Naxa theme, because now it's panic music for the rest of the game. We got our first Giga, which is Blue Moon. We're never going to be using it. I need to go to Sharo. Do a couple of things here. I need to go and talk to this guy at the top. Just to set a trigger for later. Oh, he's like in the middle, right? Then we need to go here. Grab BMD speed +1. Say no to this guy, so he gives us the P code. And another crazy BN4 jump scare. Coldman's Ghost is right here. Right here. If you're just trying to go down on the panels, then you will run into it, and he will jump scare you, and you will have Coldman Omega running around for the rest of the game, so you don't want that, probably. Oh, that's Blizzard J. Huh. Blizzard is a nice chip that we will be using, but not in J code. So now we need to destroy all these gates in the various areas. This is where our first Zenny grind would take place, except I have the amount of money I need already, so I can kind of just skip that. So now we're going to Netfrika! Woohoo! Do not worry, we will need to do many more Zenny grinds. Do not even worry. I'm also gonna be checking the GMDs while I'm already here, of course. A lot of useful stuff in them. 2-300 is very good. Yo, what's up, Ledge? Thank you. Appreciate it. Tayo! Where's the other GMD? Oh, it's that one. That one's useless. Okay. That's... So now we get to go to Yumlin for the first time, where we will buy an unlocker and more untrap. $6,000 are immediately gonna go to waste because we need that to buy the Yumlin code. Because this guy is like, I'm collecting money to preserve the Yumlin ruin. Can you give me 6,000 zenny? And we're like, sure. I do love history. And then he gives us the P code. No. Lucky. I got the encounter while I was talking to him, that's funny. I always like to imagine the Paper Mario Lucky sound effect when something like that happens, where I'm like banking on the virus to move to a specific location. We're gonna untrap the GMDs here for a bit as well. This is gonna be kind of a first real grind for something. Because I need Flameline 1 star for the Flame Cross 1 PA. You can do it without, you can do FGH. We have FNG already. But we're going to be getting it from here. Because on the way, we get nice bug frags and Zenny and other nice things from the GMDs. Oh, this is the one I want to do last. Whatever. Fine, I'm already here, so we'll do this. I mean, I need to cycle anyway, since I need to keep jacking out and in for the GMD. Z-Saber has a piercing sonic boom, by the way, unlike that of Var Sword. It's only 100, but it's still very nice early on. In Red Sun, we would actually grind for a lot more things here, because the GMDs here have, well, Flameline Star as mentioned, but also Heat VD. So what Red Sun does for the most part in Continue Free is it runs a folder built around Fire Soul. Fire Soul sets grass on Unison, which is nice. And, I need to go there. It can charge non-dimming fire chips for like a flamethrower, which does like 150 damage, I think. So what we do is we build a folder with free Heat Shot D, Heat VD, and Heat Side D, which makes Heat Spread, which is also a really good PA, because it deals 300 damage, fire damage with good area of effect. It doesn't cause flashing for some reason. So really, really good PA, and it's also mono-coded in all D. And then we add like a couple of Flameline 2D and Flameline 3K and stuff on top of that. Deep K. Black Bomb is also in D code. So that's real nice. In Blue Moon we don't exactly have that luxury. I have to try and find something else, which I'm not exactly sure how it's gonna shape up yet. Not sure how content I am, but we will be seeing it during the chip grind later on. I'm very curious how well it's gonna fare in the gauntlets and under 5. Way in the post game. Find the GMD. So it's kind of, I think it's a 1 in 8, because I think these aren't affected by RNG carryover, so I'm just gonna be here until I find Flameline 1 star. The previous Zenny grind included enough money for 12 on traps, so we should be fine. We're gonna be making some bucks along the way. So really, this is just shortening any future Zenny grinds if it takes long. There will be plenty of. It's a Thunder 1. Don't really need that. Alexander BC, thank you for the raid. Very much appreciated. Hello, welcome on in. We're currently in the middle of a Mega Man Battle Network 4 Duo Omega speedrun, which is going to take up like this entire day. I hope you like this game because there won't be anything else on today. But yeah, make yourself comfy, make yourself at home. We're gonna be in for the long haul. Hope you are all doing fantastically. There it is. Found it. Okay, nice. Perfect time, because I needed to stock up on traps again. I will need to jack in one more time, because now we need to go to Netopia area. Yo, what is a Blackjack? Thank you very much for the good luck. Blackjack is another BN legend. Also with the 100% runs. Blackjack is a very prominent runner of Nebula Grey Omega, which is the 100% category for BN5. And I think has done some Beast SP as well, if I recall. Glad to see you all around here. Glad we have such a big turnout for Duo Omega. I really, really need it because I am going to need people to talk to desperately as we get to the later stages of the run. So I really appreciate it. So now we need to talk to this guy over here who gives us a key for Town 4. That lets us into the Undernet. Now I can use this cool path. Isn't that fancy? I actually kind of maybe didn't want to do that because I skipped getting the GMDs, but oh well. Oh well, am I right? Actually, they could have had invis. Too bad, so sad. That's long story. I think that's wind or fan. Don't really need that either. I got an encounter. What is it gonna be? Can I run? Yes. So there's this guy on the invisible path. He just gives you a gun soul 2G for talking to him. Pretty nice guy, if you ask me. This is where Numberman's ghost is later. Once we fought him. This is Windrak A. In other words, Windrak Axel. No one's gonna understand that if they're not from my stream. We'll have some business on these pathways in game 2, but for now we have access to main undernet, so it's not super important. But the way that they structurally built this passage is very important for making this run work. Thank God they did it exactly the way they did. So we're gonna fight this guy. Copy damage doesn't work with Gundle Soul, unfortunately. It doesn't work with HP drain type stuff. So. Unmatched power of the sun. So now Mega Man dies. But not really. I'm gonna buy more on. Okay, I only actually used one. If you have less than 8 bug frags, grind Zenny. One of my most awesome instruction. It literally, it's so funny. If you have less than 8 bug frags, grind Zenny until you have enough. It sounds wrong, but like, it actually does make sense. But I do have more than 8 bug fracks, so... Jack in here. And we're going to buy a very important program. Goes by the name of Charge Max. I forgot to split the heal and heavy fight. It's fine. I'm gonna forget many splits in this run. It is a very long run. One more for the road. I'm getting a decent luck with any drops thus far. Not really from Netfrika, but from other areas. That's Binder 1, that's nice. So I don't need to do that. We kinda hope that we get Sparkman and continue free anyway. So that auto gives us Binder 1 and 2. But, you know, having one less to worry about is not. Get this HP mem using the C slider. Then we're gonna go and get this BMD for Mega Folder 1, which is not relevant at all, but we need the later contents. And we're gonna use our 8 bug fracks to buy Sneak Run, which is very important. This same dude also has Collect, but it's much more expensive. So we'll be able to get it after the bug frack grind. Which is not as painstakingly agonizing and long in this game. It's actually really short and... Common BN4W. Alright, banger alert. Save our planet. These comms aren't too special, you just need to follow a specific pathing that I have mapped out, and that's kind of it. And then you would get to watch planets slowly rise, or you can skip it. The music is on. Just need to make sure I get every BMD in here. This can be kind of confusing to follow, because a lot of the time you need to traverse the same path multiple times, and the maps get really weird because there's not a good way to draw it. I actually really struggled with making some of these maps clear in the guide. I did my best. Whenever this shows up, you have to mash. I think it's A and B? I don't even know what happens if you fail this. I assume it just, like, undoes your progress and puts you back at the start, but I've never actually had it happen. And I hope it doesn't happen today either. I'm glad we get to hear this song 3 times. This minigame feels like it rubber bands quite a bit. I feel like the visual isn't really accurate to how hard you're actually pressing the button. And then you just kind of win anyway. I don't know, it feels weird. Planet! This is the only one that I struggled really hard to make a map for, because the paths are very intertwined. I was about to... I wanted to delay it until I had the BMD. It's everyone's favorite enemy, Circle! Isn't that nice? And I didn't get the chip. Unfortunate. We got another Varsword V in exchange. One more BMD, and then we're actually not gonna fight Laserman. We will be doing that later. Because now, we are grinding bug frags! Yippee! Hope you're all ready. Now is where we start to get into the thick of it. Gonna check Zenny GMDs one more time before I go and walk to under 2. That is where we'll be grinding. Nothing worthwhile, unfortunately. As well here in under 1. If I can find anything. Okay. Under 2. Navi cost. This is gonna be a little cursed. So we're gonna have Sneak Run right here, that's okay. We're gonna have Jungle right here, that's okay. This, and this, and this. And we're gonna have this. And we're gonna have this. you will realize, streamer, there's 2 yellow programs touching. What are you doing? Don't you know the most basic fundamental rule of the Navicus? The answer is I do, and that is exactly what we're abusing right here. Gonna real quick, Varsword V and then Gundles. Do I have all of the MacBolt chips? That's funny. So we're gonna go Reg Gundles. Huh? Wait, what? Wait. Shouldn't be. Should have 26. Maybe so. Oh, I know which one. I'm gonna fix this right now, real quick. But I need to cut. Well, I know what I missed. It's the Reg Up 2 in Yumland area. Whoops, of all things. So yes. Bugging Sneakrun with another program of the same color will cause encounter bug. Which means that I will be getting encounters at a faster rate, and that is actually very helpful. We do the same thing in basically every VN game that has the Navicus. Gonna this GMD is guaranteed Zenny pretty much. Technically, like, I could just drag Gunsol 1 and then get this later, but I'm totally going to have forgotten by that point, because we're about to do a lot of long grinds. We won't be leaving Netfrika for a bit. I think it should be this. Yep, this is a Reg Up 2. Alright, back we go. Whoops! This GMD I consider worthless because it can never have Zenny. We'll talk about that as I do the Zenny grind, but there's a lot of weird shenanigans with Netfrika area. How does this run route the tournament seed? I did something called Tournament Manip prior to the run, where I manipulated the tournaments that the game was going to give me and continue one. By, you know, you have to press new game at a specific time after power on. Depending on what frame you press, the game generates the tournament. This is frame 1826, which is very far out, and this is not realistic for any kind of RTA minute. I scouted this frame using the HUD, and then just sorted this run on a set speed file. Is grouped in, like there's no separate Duo Omega and Duo Omega set seed, because no one runs this category in the first place. It really doesn't warrant it. So now, we get Reg Gunsol 2, Gundle.EXE and Twin Fang in top deck, and then we grind! So we have a 50% chance of getting this encounter right here. With a Walla and the Spidey and BGMD. I'm hoping to draw Gundam.EXE or Twin Fang because they will just annihilate the encounter right away. If not, I can just gun soul the Walla and then do 2 charge shots on the Spidey, and that's fine. And yeah, this is similar to the VN6 bug frag run that you saw a couple days ago. Except this time, we have a 50% chance of getting bug fracks instead of a measly 25. Big Hammer 1, that's not... so even though this only gives 3... even though this only gives 3 bug fracks per drop, it still ends up being nicer on average. Like, you tend to feel like you're getting way more. And this grind's actually not that long. In BN6, we needed to grind for 168 frags. Here, we only need to grind for 102. It is really not that much. We also get some other useful BGMD chips that we'll have plenty of later on. Mine, Vidal, Metagel, and Darkline. There's this other encounter which is kind of unfortunate because we can't run from it. We can't guaranteed first turn run from it at least. Like we can, yes, sometimes, but it's a... I think it's a 75%? Or even a 50%, I don't remember. So yeah, strap in. We're gonna be here for a bit. If I happen to already draw a good chip in this encounter, then like I'm just gonna kill it. If I don't, then I will try to run. But our Buster stats are fine. So despite everything, despite having to remove Buster Pack for this, we are able to fit in free attack plus 1s. As well as charge max and speed max. We're basically at the same power, so 4 attack instead of 5 attack. I should have tried to run. I don't know why I did. Yes, there is a very important I guess I might as well talk about this since I have nothing else to really talk about here. There's a very important reason that we manip Proto Man scenario. So here's the deal. The way that this game works is it will always, unless you connect the 2 versions. I'm not going to cover this case here. I don't even know how that works. It will always give you free souls in your first continue, guaranteed. It will give you 2 souls in the second continue, and it'll give you your last soul in the third continue. In other words, the game is guaranteed to give you 1 repeat scenario in Continue 2. 1 repeat Soul Navi scenario. And we can abuse this. What we want to do, or what we don't want to do rather, in Game 2, is go into the Undernet. We don't want to collect the Sea Slider, and we don't want to visit the Undernet at all. Continue 2 is going to be the shortest one. So, how do we do that? Well, since the game is guaranteed to give us specifically 2 souls, and it will guaranteed give us Numberman in the first tournament, that leaves the other 2 tournaments. What we're going to do in Continue 2 when we start the Hawk tournament is we are going to ensure that we face Woodman. Because we faced Woodman before and we have his soul. And what that means is the game sees, hey, it's tournament free, this player has only acquired 4 souls. He needs 5 at the end of this. So it is going to guaranteed give me Junkman instead of Proto-Man, which is a scenario that does not go to the Undernet. And this way we ensure that we don't have to go to the Undernet in Continue 2, and we're gonna do some other things to make up for that. So that's going to be very, very important. It's also just nice to already have this, to be going... It's nice to get Proto-Man because we have to go through all of the Undernet and Continue 1 anyway. We have to go do the Solar Sensor side quest with Django for the Nebula code. And we have lots of other business in the Undernet, so... It's nice to just... Like, we need the Sea Slider anyway, we need to pick up all these BMDs, etc, etc. Why did I... Okay. Sorry, sometimes I get, like, caught up in talking and then I can feel, like, how my performance is getting worse. I need to kill this Walla without it, throwing the BGMD. As soon as I step into the top row without killing it, it's gonna be that. So I need, like, another gun soul or, like, twin tank or something, anything. Help. We are jacked in from Netflix, so we're receiving the sunlight boost. And it was all for a Y-doll. V-doll. Sorry, V-doll Y. Uh, 102 bug fixes is actually not all we need. In fact, it's only like half of what we need. However, it is likely all that we need to grind. So we're going to buy meteors, or sorry, it's called Shot Star in this game for some reason. Because the localization wasn't consistent between the games. QB and 4. We're going to buy Shot Star and collect using these 102 bug frags. We still have to buy Signal Red, which is the version exclusive bug frag shot Giga. We're never gonna use it. It's a funny chip. So that means 100 bug frags we still need to get, but we have all of Continue 2 and 3 to do that. We will have plenty of bug frags from GMD, and especially from BGM. Last time I did this run on Red Sun, by the time that I was supposed to do my final cleanup bug frag grind, I already had 100. Despite completing this grind at only 102, so... Like, we end up grinding so much BGMD later on, usually, that we just get the 100 bug frags needed. Since I already have static and pop-up this time, maybe we won't be quite as fortunate, but we'll see. At any rate, it's likely that any future bug frags would go to waste if you grind too much here. If you ever see free characters pop up during the run screen, that means we failed to run. If it's 2, then we got the run. That's how I memorize it. I'm not throwing Twin Fang a lot. Vanilla X occasionally, but Twin Fang not in here. You will notice that we like G-Code. G-Code is pretty good. There's a lot of nice things going for it in the... We're already like 25% of the way there. We haven't really been grinding for too long. Again, it feels so much nicer with this being 50% for bug cracks. And then 1 in 4 for each of the chips. Or like, yeah. No, 1 in 8 for each of the chips. I don't know if there's anything else I haven't really talked about yet. There probably are some things. If there's any unanswered questions, always feel free to shoot away. We have plenty of time to discuss everything in excruciating detail. Most especially right now. Nothing else is going to be happening. If I don't get any questions, then I'm probably going to mute my mic and then eat and drink a bit while this is going on. This is one of the best chances that I get. And that's for quite a while. Alright, hello, hi. I'm back. That was very refreshing. I did actually kind of really need that. I don't really know when my next big break is gonna be. Like, I guess I'll always have some time during credits as we finish each continue, but it gets pretty sparing from here on in. I mean, I guess Zenny grinding is another opportunity, but Zenny grinding is a bit more involved. So, yeah, we're almost there, by the way. This grind is fairly short. We've been here for like half an hour, and we are already approaching the finish line, which is so much nicer than anything BN6 has to offer. Like, the bug tracks are just rolling in. We have 80 free, so I need 20 more. I've also been getting fairly lucky in terms of getting the right encounter or getting a good draw. Too bad you can't bully Gutsman for bug fracks in this game, yeah. As much as I don't like BN4, the counter hit for bug frack system was very nice. That let you get bug fracks in a way more skill-based way. But alas. I enjoyed the time that I drew Life Sword on this encounter. Just randomly in the opening draw. Of course, this is also giving us a lot of valuable trader fodder for our chip trader strats way down the line. We don't have too much that we need to chip trade. I mean, you could probably be more aggressive with it like Kamari. Again, it's mostly just chop chips, so. We're gonna be hurting for cash this entire run. It's gonna be great. Just picked one of the console. Sometimes this strat works out and sometimes it doesn't. I don't really understand. Hope you're all enjoying the run so far. I can't believe I'm back here again, but it's alright, it's alright. It's for the content. If you need to, this is a good reminder for you as well. To stand up, stretch your legs, hydrate, get something to eat, take your meds if you need to, all that good stuff. We will still be here the entire day. Duo Mega and Mega May and 20x Expo aren't going anywhere. Well, 20x Expo could go places if, with your help, if you back the Kickstarter, exclamation mark Kickstarter, we could make it happen. But it needs your help. I'm not very good at, you know, mentioning things like that. Try and remind myself every once in a while. Because it is a very good cause, and I would like to see it happen. Yeah, I think this run started at a very unfortunate time for EST folks as well. I think it started in like the dead of the night. But it's okay, because we will be going the entire day. So even EST folks can catch, like, at least 12 to 14 hours of the run. Also, today is Sunday and tomorrow is a holiday, so that does line up pretty well for most people to be able to watch, which is very nice. Glad that we picked such a good day. And Tuesday's your birthday, yo, nice. Hell yeah. That is really cool. Mine's still a bit out. Mine is in August. Don't even really know what I want to do yet. That's funny. I like it. You gotta make sure to theme the party around that. I almost feel like this bug track grind is too short. I kind of wish you could get Zenny, like a 1 in 8 chance to also get Zenny from the BGMD. Just replace one of the chips with Zenny, and then it would be like perfect. I'm gonna miss the bug track grind when it comes time to do Zenny grind. Zenny grinding is a lot less than, well, it's kind of more mentally taxing and physically button pressing involved, but like you don't get to fight or anything. Kind of more boring checking GMDs. I need one more drop, by the way. I'm curious how many of each chip we have. Should be quite a few. There we go. That's 102 bug frags. And didn't even take that long, like 40 minutes. I guess we're doing one more encounter. No, we're not. Okay. So we can fix our Navi cost from this grotesque amalgamation. Should be good. We're gonna be doing a couple things in the undernet first before we get to grinding Zenny. There's a guy we need to talk to right here because he gives us the P code for the cube to the Space Center homepage. So we're gonna go there and we're gonna set the link to our homepage. There you go. Now we're gonna go to Undernet 4, which we haven't been to yet. Why are there free GMDs in this area? I'm gonna go get an HP mem right here. Down here is a custom one, which will also be useful later. And then we talk to the one, the only, the mythical, the legend, Masola Boy, Django! He tells us he is missing his solar sensor and we need to find it somewhere in the internet. And that's all we're gonna do for him. And now we're Grand Zenny! Hooray! How much do I have? Okay, well I can just skip this grind, but we will need more, so... I'm gonna untrap. I'm actually still gonna stay jacked in. I have 420 base HP right now. Nice. We're gonna need 520 because 520 allows us to sneak run in WorldNet, aka like, you know, Netfrika, Yumla, Char, Netopia, etc, etc. That'll make this the following grind a lot nicer. So, we're gonna go ahead for the Netopia shop. Got 2 HP mems right here. We're gonna go barge into Mail's house again. Oh, she's here. Isn't that nice? Sorry, Mail, I just need to use your PC real quick. We're gonna go to ACDC 2. We're gonna buy another HP mem from there. You know what? I should have gone for Town 1, just better. Whatever. I guess what I can do is warp to Yais and then go for Town 1. So my notes tell me I'm supposed to go use the Jomon link to Town 2, which is, yes, optimal, faster. However, I still need a Spreader Elf for Metal Man scenario down the line. Which is in Town 1 GMD. Or not. I will try and get this before I leave this continue. So, right here we're gonna buy another 2 HP mems. And that's it! We have 520 base HP and we can do more Zenny grinding! Woohoo! God, I love Zenny grinding. Alright, so now we need 66k. It's quite a bit. We need a lot of unlockers. we need to buy oil body, we need to buy the solar sensor for Django, and we need to buy fast gauge. So how does Zenny grinding work in this game? There's actually, on a technical level, there's so much to cover here. The gist of it is we keep jacking into the Popo comp and checking GMDs in Netfrika area until we have enough money. That's the short and simple. On a more technical level behind that, GMDs and Netfrika in Game 1 are affected by something called RNG carryover. This means that different GMDs at different spawn locations have different varying rates for all their drops instead of them all being a balanced and even 1 in 8. GMDs can have 8 contents in this game. It's going to be 3 different Zenny amounts, and it's going to be 1 bug frag, and then 4 different chips. So for Netfrika, for instance, it's going to be Area Grab M, Guard 1 Star, Recov 80B, and Flameline 2D. As well as, depending on spawn location, the amounts vary slightly, but 1,900 Zenny, 2,100 Zenny, and 2,300 Zenny. And then the last slot is 1 bug frag. However, different spawn locations of GMDs have different rates of dropping these things. So the one GMD that's if you go to the left, I'll point it out the next time it spawns. If you go to the left coming out of the warp in the big square, then there's a GMD there. That one is guaranteed to have Zenny. Well, sorry, specifically it has a 63 and 64 chance to contain an amount of Zenny. A 1 in 64 chance to contain a bug frag instead. And this other GMD, which is at the very top leading to shower area, has a 0% chance of containing Zenny. This GMD right here, I think is also extremely likely to yield a bug frag or Zenny, which it did just there. And then there's a couple other spawns. So there's 2 sets of GMDs that can spawn here. Let's call them the A set and the B set. A GMDs and B GMDs. Well, not to be confused with in Battle Green mystery data. That's not relevant here. So A GMDs aren't affected by RNG carryover at all, meaning they have a 3 in 8 chance to drop an amount of Zenny. This does still make them very worthwhile to check. The amounts are high and the odds are pretty good, pretty in our favor. BGMDs are all affected by RNG carryover, and they are affected differently depending on which one you get. You will notice I'm never ever going up to shower area to check for that one GMD spawn, because, again, that one cannot have Zenny. This one is an A GMD, this one is A2, so that one had a 3 in 8 chance to contain Zenny. And this one is... yeah, okay, no, it's B2. B2 is the bad one. We don't want to see B2. So there's 4 sets in each spawn, labeled 0 through 3. So there's 8 possible GMD spawns in total, being A0, A1, A2, A3, and then B0, B1, B2, B3. Let's see what we have this time. This looks like B3 and then A3 or A2. Nope, wait, where's... anything? Okay, this is A3. That's Flameline 2D. Oh, is it B2? It has to be B2, yes, because I checked everything else. So that then, in cases like this, I can just safely jack out because I know I'm not getting any more Zenny no matter how long I stay on the net. So B2 and B3 specifically have a 0% chance of giving a chip. B2 is the most out of the way, it's the most egregious. That's why I will never pick it up. This is B1, it's practically guaranteed Zenny. B3 is over here by the staircase, should it spawn. I have to check that spot anyway if I'm checking A3 and A2. So if it's there, I'll usually pick it up for the free chip. for trader fodder later on. But it's not something I would go out of my way for if it was out of the way, much like B2 is. And then B0 and B1 are likely to yield currency. Being B0 is, it's about a 50-50 split. It's 30 free in 64 for Zenny. This is B0, by the way. And then it's 31 out of 64 for a bug frag. So if you have all this knowledge in mind, this is very hard to visualize, I realize. This is going to sound so confusing. There's a really good map of it that Lucky has made, which I'm like looking at on the side here. And you can use this to actually speed up the Zenny grind quite a bit by like looking which A and which B spawn you got, knowing which ones are worth going out of your way for, and such and such. And knowing when it is futile to stay on the net any longer. Such as right now, because this has to be a B-free spawn. Because B0 wasn't there, well, yeah, B0 wasn't there, and neither was B1, meaning it could have been only a B2 or B3, which are both no chips. I think I don't have any untraps left. I need to go to Yumlin again. We do need to go to Yumlin quite regularly to stock up. So this is B1, this is guaranteed Zenny. The short version is that we want to see that GMD. That's kind of that. Different GMDs have varying rates of being trapped as well. There's a decent chance that you don't get a trap on any of these. Especially the A GMDs have a decent chance of being trapped though. And they can have Zenny rewards trapped, meaning it is worth to buy on traps and use them every time, even though it takes... I'm in time for the Zenny grind, yo. What is up, Past? You are indeed in time for the most exciting part of the run. I actually kind of think it's not horrible. I've grown more attached to it ever since I started leaning into the whole, you know, metagaming thing. But it is pretty boring. I was looking at various different alternatives as well, or other ways to speed this up, but it just happens to work out so neatly. This area in WorldNet is like by far the one with the highest Zenny drop amount. Netopia area, I believe, has like half of what this area has. Drops like maximum like a bit over 1,000 Zenny. And then Sharo drops really low amounts, but there's like one really low chance for 5,000 Zenny in one specific GMD, which is also not worth it. Yumland is okay, but the amounts are still a bit worse on average, and Yumland is way harder to navigate. And the undernet is also super cumbersome to get to and navigate. If you jacked in using the Space Center link from under free, you wouldn't be very happy. Pretty rare to get good Zenny drops there, and the area is so gigantic and mazy. It's not good. So unfortunately this is kind of the best we can come up with. We need this money. Because we need the things that I mentioned earlier. And this is why we chip trader shop chip. Gotta be A3 or B3, or A3 or A2 combined with B3. This right here is A3. So yeah, How's everybody's day, though? How's the weather? It was unbearably hot yesterday. I nearly died. Even in the late shift, it was still unbearably hot. During the night, I barely even got to sleep because I had real trouble falling. Just a week ago, you were able to, you know, wear a nice warm winter jacket. Not anymore. Tis how it be. I do wish you didn't have to go for the new Popo comp every time. That's kind of the worst part about this grind. I feel like there's got to be something more efficient, but at the same time, like, I really don't know what it would be. I'm getting kind of bad drop luck, actually. I've been getting much. I don't think I have any untraps. Why did I jack in again? I don't have any that's okay. You go to Yumlin again for this trip. There's a B1 spawn. I'm pretty sure B1 can also never be trapped. Yeah, that might have been like 2000 that I just wasted by not having an on-trap. It's okay, don't worry about it. I wish Netflix had an on-trap seller. Okay guys, we're a third of the way there already. So right here I can tell this is B2, so I can just check out after I get this. It really is. Hey, can you imagine if this game had millions? Baby. I think millions was added in BN5. Then this grind would be over in a flash.
When is BN4DX featuring Million? And featuring an on-trap seller in Africa? And when you bug Millions, then you never get, you always only get chips from GMD. Wouldn't that be something? I don't actually know how bugging Millions works. If it does anything. We do kind of... I need at least one Flame Mine 2D for PA completion. But I have plenty already. If you're not playing on Japanese 1.0, you will need more. Because they're very good against Chateman Omega. Thankfully, we have other ways. You would also guaranteed 1-4 if you're playing this on Red Sun for the Fire Soul folder. Bug Millions locks into battle rewards of like 30 Zeddy. Awesome. That's great. Me, Estran, King, Gaia, free EX. And getting 30 Zenny for it. This is why I wish the bug track run was longer, and why I wish that they actually had Zenny in the BGMDs. Like, I'd be willing to take even a slight decrease in bug frag rate, so I don't have to do this. Like 3 and 8 bug frags, 1 and 8 Zenny, and 1 and 8 each chip. Or like ideally 4 and 8 bug frags, 1 and 8 Zenny, and then 1 and 8 for free chip. I think would be nice. BN5 has a free and 8 bug frags. I don't remember how the rest is distributed, but that one is still fairly pleasant. This is B0, so I don't need to check if B1 exists. But A0 and A1 didn't exist, therefore A2 or A3 exist. And back to Young. At the very least, with on-traps being so cheap, that's basically not a factor. Like, we are spending a lot of money on them, but it's so negligible. Like, one Zenny drop covers like 20 on-traps, so... Again, so much better than BN6, where these are 800 a pop. At that point, it would actually be very questionable if it's worth it for this. B0 exists, so B1 can't exist. That was a good trip. That was like 4.5K. I love video games. Don't you? This is always the best part of these runs. After this, we won't need to grind Zenny for quite a while. We probably will need to, at earliest, continue freeze somewhere? Probably? So, you know, that's nice. There's like a variation of this where you only check for A0, B0, A1, and B1, which are basically right by the spawn. But given, like, it's actually so worthwhile to check for A2 and A3 specifically as well. I've gotten, like, more than 10k off of them, just already. It's definitely worth to check the entire area, minus B2 every time. The largest is actually 2,300, but that's only, I don't remember, I think it's the A set. Yeah, B is 171921, and then A set is 192123. Like, that's another thing, it's like, there's not a great variance. In most other areas there is. It's like 500, 1000, 1500 or something, as an example. Here, they're all pretty close to each other. There's not a great discrepancy between best reward and worst reward. It's a difference of 400 zenny at most. Kind of negligible. And all of the rewards are very high for the current standards. Nice, double zenny. I feel like B1 is weighted towards lowest reward, but it doesn't really matter. Just guaranteed zenny alone is nice. To Yumland! What do you think this guy's doing all day? Is he praying at those statues? Could be. Yumland is a very spiritual place. I don't know if it's the best business model. But hey, it seems to work, so... What can I say? There we go. The sub-chips prices all vary on a per game basis. The only one that never changes is, well, outside of NT. Unlockers are always 4,000. Lock enemies, I think, are at their most expensive in this game, at 10k. Untraps are at their cheapest at 100. And... I don't really remember the other one. What is everyone's favorite style change? I haven't really greatly messed with the others. So I probably have to default to custom or something like that, because just the extra default cust 1 is very nice. I love that you can get up to cust 10 in BN3 by having cust style and then 2 custom 1 and 1 custom 2 because very fun. We'll be playing most of this game with cust 7. I do like style change, but I think it's still a bit unrefined. I think the Navi customizer was much better. That's also probably why they did style changes after free. The Navi cust is a perfect way to let you customize your Mega Man according to your playstyle. There's like too much randomness and too much commitment in the style change, I find. But it is nice. Most casual players will be stuck with Guts style. Because they don't draw many chips and just use the Buster to finish it up. I don't know how many casual plays, like how many blind plays of BN2 and 3 I've seen that don't get Guts style on first style change. But alas. In the Legacy Collection, I did grind out every style for all of its programs, which took quite a bit of set grass spice. I probably want to do the same in Star Force 3 on the Legacy Collection, grind out all the ability waves for each noise change. But I think I'll be doing that off stream because that's possibly the most boring thing in the universe. You would just punch like 2,000 Metenos. I should check the pack to see how many of all the chips here I have after this. All the bug frack grind chips as well. I don't have any untraps left. This might be bad. So the B spawn was 2 or 3, so didn't need to check. We are in the home stretch, maybe, kinda. We're getting there. I just need a bit more. Yeah, the official art for ground style is a like element, which is the worst element to get as ground. Yeah, I can see that. A like is nice because you get access to bold. That's kind of it. I remember for most of the playthrough I used woodcust in BN3 in the Legacy Collection. And I was able to build some very big Gaia swords and blades. Very nice. That was also our strat for doing like the Delta Ray grind in PvP, was just we just put in Hop Batch and then build up 500 damage Gaia blades to kill the others. That was fun. I can't believe we did that. Took us like 300? No, it took us way more battles. I don't remember how much exactly. It took so long grinding for the secret chips in BN2, and then that, and then doing the version battles in BN4 to power up Red Sun and Blue Moon. We did like 100 extra battles because we didn't realize that the battles don't go above 100. Because we were trying to pass those 100 off to the other player, respectively. It's also not possible for everyone in the world to have max power Red Sun Blue Moon at the same time, because someone needs to take the losses. And it does go into negative, I'm pretty sure. So we just have to have like a third person who was the sacrificial lamb, I guess. They walked so that we could fly. Did I get easier or B? Oh, I got easier. I should have picked that up, but it's whatever. That one chip is not gonna make a difference.
Right? Guys? Almost there. This doesn't even take that much longer than the bug frag run, but it feels so much worse. It's so boring. Even when you do all the things in your head. People's favorite BN4 chip that isn't Airhawk. I really like most of the LM series of chip. Being LM Flare, LM Leaf, LM Ice, LM Sand, and well, I guess LM Dark is there. I really enjoy using those. Casually, I also ran a Blizzard LM Ice folder. The Weather series is pretty nice as well. Blizzard, Electroshock, Wood Powder, Heat Breath. Most of the BN4 chips are pretty neat. A lot of them do just suffer from bad power, especially when scaling in regards to the viruses. Twin Fang is neat, but is outscaled very quickly usually. Side Bamboo is really neat. That was my last untrap, but I think we are done? Yes! Thank God. 68k. Alright, back to Yumland! This game unfortunately has like no ways of setting terrain. It's like just the Blizzard series basically. And then we max out on lockers as well. I guess you can unison with Fire Soul to set grass, but that's only in one version. Yeah. No, wood doesn't set grass. Wood benefits greatly from grass, but it doesn't set it. You still have to bring your own wood powder. BYOW. Or you can count on someone else to go into Fire Soul for you. So now we need to start cleanup. We're gonna be advancing a whole bunch of important PMD. This is Lance. I actually really like Lance. Happens to come in G-code as well. Oh, you know, I'm curious. How are we looking? Yeah? Yeah? Actually, less than I expected. I'm kind of surprised. Really not that much. Both of these grinds were fairly short. Sorry, Mail, I need your PC again. We're getting somewhat close to the end of Continue 1, but we still have quite a bit of chip grinding to do. Warp to Dex's HP. I think this is the one time we use the Dex banner. We need this PMD, which is Geyser. I'm gonna warp to Yais instead of Jomon so I can check Town 1 GMDs. I love the Ducky website. Very good. It's not quite the same as the Yai dimension from BN1 and 2, but it'll do. Can I get a spreader L? No. Fortunate. Have a nice day. I wonder if that's invis. I'll probably get it on the way back. We need to continue it. This is Blinder. That's Energy Bomb. I wonder if it would have been faster to just go through town free. I'm actually not sure. I guess I would have missed out on the sweet 1000 Zenny. We can still make use of all Zenny that we get, so... I need to go to park free, as we're so good at doing. We love park area free. Shouldn't be tired yet. We're like barely a third in. More like a 4. Oh, I forgot to get color point. It's over. I need to take the long path. Ugh. For gore. The only reason we picked this up is because in Continue 2, when you advance this, it becomes double point, which we need. So now, we can finally reap the rewards for our grinding. We can buy Collect and Shot Star. For a nice 102 bug tracks. And now, we get to start grinding! We get to start building a folder and collecting chips. Whoa! What a concept. Collect is right here. There's no compression codes in this game, by the way. It's kind of nice. So this is a bugged battery cost. There's no electric viruses in this area. Meaning all this does is give me a higher encounter rate. And now... a red copy damage, and we're gonna start building a folder. What I need right now is Blizzard. Specifically, I would like 4 Blizzard H. That's these guys. You have to get a low rank to get H, which is thankfully not really a problem. If it was high rank, maybe it would be slightly more problematic, but... low rank, we can do. Now that we have Collect. I do need Ear Hockey as well. Ear Hockey 1. Nice. Ear Hockey 1F. So this is guaranteed to be my second Blizzard. Very good. I'm gonna need 4 Ear Hockey 1F and then 1 Ear Hockey 1E. We can grind those later, it's fine, but any extras from here are nice. We'll want to grind them as soon as we get top map, which is continue 2. I also need Moko Rush 1, pretty sure. I don't think I got that yet, so... unless BGMD is not... Park Area 2 has some nice, frequent BGMD. So I'll take anything that I can get. And it has a... Park 2 and 3 have basically the same encounter rates for Blizzard. This is guaranteed Moko Rush 1. This is guaranteed Air Hockey 1. What exactly we'll see. Probably gonna be the lower rank, because I have to do something like that. And there's Ball, that's another... that one's in the free chip trader. We would free chip it if we don't get it. But it's nice to have it. This is Air Hockey 1E. Good. So now I'm like just looking for Blizzard H. I need 2 more. I would like to be building a folder around them.
At least the rates should be about the same. I don't know if there's any RNG carryover, and I guess I can walk back into Park 3. Really matter. Been having more luck here. Yeah, see, there's another one. Mocha Rush is okay on paper, but it's so weak. I really want to like it. I really want to use it, but it's... it disappoints me every time. Yeah. Well, it's pretty difficult to obtain if you don't have Collect. I still have this Varsword Cian, don't I? That should go. Should look at what I need to toss out soon. So this is a 50-50 for Blizzard. Fortunate.
I'm looking for the weather guy. I think his name is actually just Weather. Okay, there we go. So this is guaranteed to be my final Blizzard 8. That should be 4, alright. Pretty sure I didn't. Good, good. Now we go to Real Castillo. We're gonna buy more unlockers. We have 2 left, meaning that if we stock up to 6, that'll be 4 more. Which is enough for all the remaining PMDs to continue. Go into the undernet. We'll use it on trap. So I need Discord. Oh hey, look who it is! Long time no see. I am just gonna have encounter bug in. That's the best for this, so. Like, there's no electric viruses in this area either. So. Hey, nice. Got it pretty fast. So in this case, what we do is we remove this attack +1, which causes the encounter bug. So I don't have to do an encounter skip every 5 steps if I want to reach the beginning of Under 2. Like, I need to go into Under 1 from here. I think that's counter 2. So this guy says something about knowing what the solar sensor is. You need to talk to him. That's something. I think that's Northwind. We need to go and get Snake over here. This is gonna become a very important PMD in Continue Free. By Fast Gauge. Then jack back in. Sorry. I need to stretch sometimes. Make noises when I do it. You'll have to deal with it. Under 3. So now we need to go to Under 6. Some business there with a certain virus called Emperor. Apparently it's actually supposed to be Emperor, but character limits forced it into Emperor. But that's kind of what I've grown used to saying. But I mean, it makes sense because it's Emperor and Element. It's just, you know. So, I'm gonna put battery bug back in. And now I would like 4 Ice H, as well as a bunch of other things. I'm gonna be taking encounters as I go here. Oh yeah, right. This area is nice. Earhawk 1D. That's not expected until game 3. This area is reminiscent of Undernet 5? No, 6 from BN2. This is going to end horribly. It's gonna do this. I don't know who came up with this encounter. But I don't think they're okay. Christ. I did get circled on 1 from that, so I probably have to like full energy. I do have a couple from Lotto, so I might actually want to buy a couple more from Castillo. The guy does also sell full energy, so hey, we don't have undershirt in the cost, by the way. Air hockey, go! Thank you, air hockey. So that's circle gun too. I guess this can't happen. There is a low chance that you'll run into some V2 viruses that are always going to be here. If I get their chips, then sure, why not? But obviously it's not expected. Yeah, there's, it's never possible to lock yourself out of 100% completion in this game. The enemies will always be somewhere. Usually in minor comps, but sometimes in the undernet as well. If you happen to need a specific 1 or 2 chip. Wait, this is the V2 versions as well! I was gonna say, here's who I'm looking for, but this is LM Leaf and Boy Bomb 2. Well, I mean, I guess. I'll take it. Here's the guy I'm looking for. I need low rank. Nice, that does give me 1 LMIS H. This guy has the solar sensor for 10k Zenny. This encounter is kinda nasty and doesn't really have anything worthwhile for me to get. I think I only have like a 25% chance to run here, so it's kinda bad. I need oil body. Hey, look at that! We're basically broke again. So now I just need more Elemites. Not Elem Leaf. I mean, I guess I can try and get Elem Leaf. Thank you, Z-Saber. Anyone need a Spirit Boy Bomb too? Okay, this is a good encounter. That was pretty sick. I do like how it double hits like that. I did that once in my practice playthrough already. Unfortunate. I mean, it's an H code, but it's. Toss air hockey and pray. Not really anything to wharf off from undernet BGMZ because we have a million of them already. Save off. Saving is free. Hello. I guess. Shoot. Oh, shoot. I'll try to get Elm Sand here. If I can. If I don't, I probably will... Yeah! Oh, okay. Sure. I was gonna say I'll probably reset. I have all of the element chips routed in game free, aside from I. This encounter is like the best one to get. This encounter is the highest chance of getting an element. Nice. Yeah, even if you happen to miss something, usually the chip trader can save you. Full Cust is the only real bad one, because you have to gamble on the bug frac trader for that one. But there's really not anything that's like super bad to miss. I'm just gonna start resetting for Elemice encounter. I need 2 more. It doesn't have anything for me. Unfortunately, saving with a high step counter isn't really possible here because saving resets the step counter to 0 by virtue of opening a submenu. Not that it matters too much.
This might be a bit. This is a bit more annoying than the Blizzard grind, just getting element ice. Just doesn't have a very high appearance rate in this area, but this is like the only area where we can really even get this. I don't think it's worth to lock enemy this. I would normally lock enemy the encounter with the Walla and the 2 Emperors in game 3 when I tried to get all of the elements at once. Flare, Leaf, Sand, and Dark. I don't even know if I'll have to do that this time, because I already have half of them. We'll see, I guess. Emperor.EXE just happens to drop every single element chip. So it's kinda nice, but... feeling I won't really need it here. Okay, nice. That is number 3, should be. Yes. See, I really wanted to run Blizzard and LMIs in V-code, but the only shared code they have in this game is specifically H. Oh shoot. Or whatever. They don't actually share any... well, so they share H and V code, and Blizzard does come in Star eventually, but it's very hard to get. But I think it's LMI's V that doesn't drop in Red Sun. One of the two. Or, sorry, only drops in Red Sun and doesn't drop in Blue Moon. So I have to settle for H. Nice triple var sword. Stop getting a double delete! I don't want that. I mean, I got the wrong chip both times anyway, but I do need a low rat. One more. Hello, Elamsane. Could technically still get Elam Leaf on the try. I'm actually just gonna kill the BGMD. Goodbye. Nope. Huh? Thank you. We're done. Cool. So now we're gonna go back to under 4 and give Django the solar sensor. There's also one more thing we have to do. We have to get our Lord and Savior, the most important PMD, Guardian! Woo! We love Guardian. So we talk to Django, we give him the solar sensor, he gives us Gundel Soul free, and we get the Nebula code. We have a bunch of stuff that we can put in now. I'm gonna need way more space actually. Let's get rid of the swords. There's that one boomer, one star that I got. Oh, I'm already full again. Sorry, got 300J. Obviously top deck Guardian. Under-EXE focus.
Then we can check out, and at this point our folder is quite good. This is when we should be able to face most anything coming our way. So now it's time to start the real chip grind. I need Recuff 150, which is in here. Now that we have the Nebula code, there's a couple more BMDs I need to grab as well. What's everyone doing in my hotel room? Hey, privacy. So I need super armor, which is right here. The Magbold 1C, I definitely have. Let's sort the pack. I have all of them. Funny. Okay. I need Jealousy from AC/DC free. And I will check Town 1 GMD for spreader. What am I doing? I should be warping to Yai's homepage. Sorry, I was autopiloting. Rockman Omega, or Rockman Beta is somewhere around here now. I think he's in one of the dead ends. Oh my god, okay, finally. Our victory against Metal Man is secured. Thank god. Twin Fang 1 ABC, I definitely should have all of those as well. Yep, plenty. Travel to Dendo. What do I need? I need to get fish. White shot 1 D and E. I'm pretty sure I have neither of those. Yes. So I need both of them. Oh, hey! Hey, look who it is! Yeah, remember when I said they put these in minor comps? This is one of them. This is where you get White Shot 2 and Boomer 2. If you didn't get them in Continue 2 and you're on Continue 3. This is where they stay. I don't need them now, I need White Shot 1, but... You know, it's neat. Yeah, when you want these encounters, they're impossible to find. But when you don't want them, they seem to show up all the time. I know the Takoyaki stand has Flame Line 2 as well. There's my god. I guess that's White Shot 1D. So I need E, which is an S rank. Ideally, I just draw Guardia. This will do as well. Unfortunate. Hello. How are you doing? Nice weather we're having, isn't it? And I guess this can give me low rank White Shot 2. Not really the problem anyway. White Shot 2. So for the 2 chips, I actually really need to remember what I have. So I have Boomer 2L and White Shot 2N. Because we will be facing a certain problem in Continue 2. Guardian, go! And this. See what we can do here. Stop giving me bubbler!
I don't want your bubblers. They're filthy. They reek of fish. This is gonna be an S, of course. The wide shot S-rank cards are always the worst somehow. Not only because, like, just you gotta S-rank the encounters. Somehow they never want to drop. It's always the other virus. Every time, without fail. Here we are again. Guardian, go! Go, go, Power Rangers, Guardian! Come on! I wonder if there's some RNG bias in there. Nah. Oh, Guardian! I believe. Guardian we trust. Thank you. That took entirely too long. So I'm not doing any air hockey grinding in this continue. We're gonna do that next continue when we have top. I do want another Boomer 1 star actually, so we're gonna jack into the Popo comb again! But this time for a different reason. Take the BN4 challenge! Jack into the Popo comb 1,628 times in a row. $50-50. Thank you. See, sometimes it's that easy. Sometimes life is beautiful flowers. I should replace that. Where did the air shot go? Not air shot. So we have that. Okay, we can finish up. Let's go back to meteor columns. Just need a couple more things. Actually, before we do that, let's go buy full energy Castillo. Just because I happen to have a little bit of spare. We might need.
surprise tool that'll maybe help us later. I think this is... I think that's fine. Now we can go into Meteor. So what do I need? I think it's actually just Boy Bomb 1, because I got Circle Gun 1 in Undernet 6, and I have the entire Magbolt PA already, so... Meteor 4 it is. And then we can wave continue 1 goodbye. Feels almost unreal. Great, right, I do have encounter bug, don't I? I just need to get to Meteor Port real quick. Please hold. Ah! Wonder 1 star, isn't that enough? I pressed the button. Promise you. One more for the road. So now we can run for Boy Bomb 1. Right there. Nice. Okay. We are basically done. Just need to go and fight Laser Man. Our first time using custom too. Buster Pack. Undershirt. That's basically it. It's the undershirt cost 2 max buster stat. That should do us well against Laserman and Duo. I forgot the entire lost split. It's okay, don't worry. Why did no one tell me? You can see the split. Alright. So I'm gonna try something here. Start setting up ice panels. I'm not drawing any of my element. I guess we'll just do this the old-fashioned way. Tayo! We are obviously receiving maximum sunlight boost. And then we just do something like this. Hopefully get him like here. Yep, nice. And then there he goes. That is dead. And we killed him. Okay, so it's time for the big old sanity check to see if we have everything going into game 2. Gunsol 123EX. Guardian, Twin Fang 3G. Rika 300, Flameline 3J. Air Hockey Free, 2 Var Sword V. Life Sword, 4 LMI's Blizzard. Invis, attack plus 10, Rock Cube Earshot, Boomer 1. Yes. Custom correct. Pack should have the following. High Cannon D, Vulcan 2B, Predator M and N, and L as well for Metal Man. Wide Shot D and E, and C as well because it's older too. Flameline 1 star, Flameline 2D, Gunnossel 1-2G, 1-2-3, 4 Blizzard H, Sand Ring. Where's that there? Twin Fang ABC, Magbolt BCD, 4 LMIs, Black Bomb Z. We have so many other chips in between. That's real nice. Got some real good luck here. Geyser, Bug Bomb, Longsword S, Wide Blade K, 2 Var Sword V, Winddrag A, Air Hockey if top. We didn't get top. I have quite a few Air Hockey 1D. I actually don't even need to do any grinding since I can just use this. Counter 1C is here? Yes. Counter 2L. Boomer 1M and... Oh, wait, shoot. Did I? Yes, okay, I actually did genuinely forget to grind Boomer 1M. Whoops. Good thing we have this. It probably wouldn't be a huge deal. No, actually, it would be very easy. Actually, it really doesn't even matter. Because what I could do... I'll follow the route anyway, it's okay. But what I could do, and I know this because I wrote the route, so later on in Continue Free, the route is going to tell us to get Boomer 1 L or N in the stereo comm. I could just get both, and then I could do L star N, and that's fine. But I'll go and get Boomer 1M, that's low ramp. Fine. I don't have collect anymore, of course. Yo, what's up, Symes? Thank you, appreciate it. If you want to join in on commentary, absolutely feel free. Please join me. I'll definitely need all the support I can get. Yeah, the voice is always ahead of the stream because I'm streaming to them and then they are giving the content to you. Basically, there's always going to be some delay. It's been like this the entire marathon. I don't know if it's something that they can... Probably not, because I assume they would have done so otherwise. How's the run going? It's been going pretty well. I've actually been having some slip-ups here and there in terms of forgetting somewhat important things and needing to go back to do them. I haven't made any super major slip-ups. That's nice. We'll see. But yeah, so far it's quite alright. Just need to get Boomer 1M quick. says as he proceeds to get guard 1A. Yeah, we got a bunch of like extra chips, like White Shot 2, Boomer 2, Circle Gun 2, LM Sand, etc, etc. And Proto Man just knocked the Life Sword out of my hand, that's true. That did kind of hurt. Just a matter of time. I'm not gonna add encounter bug back in for this. Who do you think I am? I really ought to have just continued and gotten both of the chips from the stereo, but... Would I remember? I probably would. I'm just gonna follow them. I can't believe I overlooked this on this slide, because I was just like, yeah, I already have a Boomer Star. Not realizing you're supposed to grind for both codes. Reading comprehension is not optional for this run. Thank you. Let me just do the rest of the sanity check while I'm here. Oh, that's the folder. So, Boomer 1M and Star. Star's in the folder. Lance G, White Web 1, we have plenty. Mokarash 1, Circle Gun 1. Snake M, Big Hammer 1, Boy Bomb 1. Mine, Rock Cube is in the folder. Discord, VDOL, Rika 30R, 50S, 80J, Recurve 120F and Q, 150Z. Panel Grab is here, but also in the folder, I think? Yeah. Metagel, Get on 1W, Fast Gauge, Blinder, Pole, Invis is in the folder. Barry 100W, Anti-Sort N, Copy Damage is in the folder. Color Point, Shot Star, Guardian is in the folder. Jealousy, Fullcust is in the folder. Darkline. And then... Super Armor, Custom 1 and 2, Mega Folder 1. Undershirt, I need to fix this again. Undershirt's right here. All the 4 elemental attractors, collect, Buster Pack, free attack times attack plus 1, free speed plus 1, 1 charge plus 1, speed max, charge max, 50, 100, and 2 500. 520 base HP, sub memory of 6, and 26 reg. Spin white pink, full Navi coast. Yep. We have everything. It's time to go. Let us be off. Let us say farewell to the first round and initiate Groundhog Day. To fix the Navi cost real quick. That looks more proper. Okay. It's time to go. So it's been a somewhat shaky game 1, but it's okay. We're here for the ride. So first we have to fight Dark Mega to deal with our Dark Soul. I'm gonna be trying my awesome Blizzard LMI strat again. So LMI powers up on ice panels. I'm gonna use Blizzard to set some, and then charge this. And it suddenly does 400 damage. It's pretty good. And I think we just vanquish him with the power of the sun! Goodbye. Gunnersol does pierce invis, so. And now, Duo. One of these chips actually aren't amazing. So we have a pretty good buster, so. That one's gonna do a lot. We're gonna do hundreds of damage to Duo just using the buster. And Gundel Souls are very good here. Hiyo! Need to be a little careful, actually. Probably fine. I can KO him with this if I get him on an ice panel. Alright, time! That's, the world's worst Mega Man Battle Network 4 Mega Man Battle Network 4 Blue Moon any percent speedrun. 5.5 hours. Anyone wanna compete? Alright, I am going to go to the bathroom and let the credits play. I will see you all in a moment. Alright. Just in time. 5 hours 24, 89, 5, 1. Those are rookie numbers. We gotta pump that up. Let's continue. Alright, there's one more important thing that we have to do right here. Before we start continue to, we will do a very important 1.0 only glitch. We're gonna equip folder 2. We're gonna set a reg chip. Move it into slot 1. We're gonna edit this folder without equipping it. We're gonna move Guardian into slot 1. And we're gonna unreg the chip that is currently regged. We're gonna exit. We're gonna save. And we're gonna reset. And then we are going to start game 2! Alright! Everything starts anew. So, Navi cost. We're gonna use the one of the custs that we already had going in game 1 towards the end. Being this cust right here. We're gonna be switching to cust 2 soon enough. Do not worry. Talk to mom again. The oven's on fire again. Let's do it. So you should see something that is not normally possible here, if I did everything correctly. Wowee! Get a load of this! It's Guardian! On reg! Also, we actually get chip drops in the tutorial, and we get free rain now, so that's pretty nice. How does he do it? So this is a glitch that's, as mentioned, exclusive to the Japanese 1.0 version of this game. When you do, you know, the steps that I outlined earlier while I was doing it, then somehow, you know, slot 1 will be regged, but slot 1 in folder 1, no matter if that's actually even possible. And since I specifically moved Guardian right there, we now have Guardian on reg. The one gigantic problem with this is I will lose this as soon as I so much as look at my folder. This means that throughout the entirety of game 2, I have to encounter skip using a different menu. That means I have to either use the sub-chip menu or the save menu. We'll probably be using the save menu most often. And, very importantly for the late game grind, this does also mean that I can't look at my pack, and I don't know what chips I do and don't have, and what codes I do and don't have, and do and don't need. So, it's gonna be something. So we do have sneak run in the cust. We will be able to just sneak run without pausing for a bit, which is nice. GMDs are already trapped in a bunch of areas here. Check, yeah. This one already has trapped GMDs, so I already have an on-trap up. Nothing super important here. See if I can find something here. This is now a bug frag. This used to be copy damage. The recover patch, and I see one GMD in there. I guess I'll get it and then check. Yeah. I need to be very, very careful I never open the wrong menu here. I'm playing too much Palm because seeing air hockey travel at normal speed threw me off. That's really funny. Yep. What's up, Connie? Yeah, like, a lot of the early areas were already trapped. And of course, they didn't jack up what was already trapped. Kinda funny, yeah. I need to stock up on untrapped. Should I open the folder menu by accident? I can revert to my last save, but who knows when that was. I should be saving often because of this. But yeah, if all goes well, we'll have Guardian on reg all the way until the exact same point previously, which is our sanity check for the game. And it is going to be very useful for a lot of things. It's not actually the fastest thing in the universe, because it is a double dim chip. Like, it dims the screen when you place it down, and again when it does the lightning bolt. But it's like a very safe and consistent way to delete encounters quickly. And it gets you very good S ranks, which we will need. So, it's very, very nice. Anyway, here's Shapeman again. Sorry, I'm eating a bit. This is all stuff we've seen, so there's not much to say here. Cycle of life begins anew. So all the way up until Town 3, we have what I call auto sneak run, which you know, is just using the sneak run NCP as you normally would to sneak run. And then starting part 1, we have to do manual sneak running, which is me opening a menu every time. So here, I don't actually have to open the menu at all. Pretty convenient. Town 1 GMG, unlike in Continue 1 and 3, has nothing worthwhile in Continue 2, so we can kind of ignore it. It has bug fracks, I guess. Kind of the extent of it. I don't remember which of these has top man. I think it's somewhere on the bottom, but just gonna be careful. This PMD here has spin green. It's Spreader Star, which is actually worse than Spreader L for us. Guard 2 Star, which I have Guard 2 already. Color Point, and okay, Double Crack's like the one thing. I don't think I have Double Crack yet. I can't check my pack, of course, but Double Crack is actually GMD exclusive. We might have to trader it later on, but it's in free chip, so it should be fun. Do I have an on-trap up? No. Kinda would like to check GMDs. I'm not seeing any. Flameline 2F. That's actually pretty good. So I can skip grinding for that later. Keep in mind, okay, we have Flameline 2F. I need to remember all of this because I cannot check my pack. When in doubt, I'll just grind for something if I'm not sure if I have it. Or, you too can help me remember if I got something or not. This is now an interactive run. This is now a co-op run. You too can help the new Duo Omega world record in the making with your amazing memory capability. My ears, it's the sonic wave. So funny thing, most things get upgraded, of course, by like a stage. Bosses do, viruses do. You know who doesn't? The earphones guy. He's going to do the same all three continues. So he's probably gonna die pretty quickly. Let's see what we got. Yeah? Goodbye. Sorry, earphones guy. We're a little stronger than we were back then. It's a teeny tiny tad. You remember to install the dab mod? Unfortunately, I don't think it would be leaderboard valid if I did that. Very, very sad. I would like to actually submit this. It's gonna be a little weird with the commentary being slightly delayed, but it's okay. It's gonna be whatever. I mean, I do also have the raw local recording, I guess, which I might upload. Right, so I do also have to sneak around manually in here. Elect Tower has too high of a threshold. What's up, kid? Good to see you. You're just in time for the cycle of life to begin anew. Man, this guy's almost 6 hours into his run and he's only in Elect Tower comp. Ugh, come on, man, really? Can you try a little harder? I was promised quality speedrun content here at here in Mega May at twitch.tv/20xexpo. One more. I will be saving all of the time. You bet I will. I already am. Please. I just always have to remember to menu up or down when I want to do a manual sneak run. Because if I so much as look at the folder edit menu, we will not be having a good time. Yep, it's Cyberbats again. Seen this before. I don't have anything super important to add here, I think. Still bad at it. That's why I always save and scout the pattern. One. There's only so many places in this comp it can be, really. Hello? Is it like top left or something? Oh, it's right there, bro! It's right there! What are you doing? Professional speedrunner, by the way. Alright, Shademan is as ever. We can't hurt him, so... we just gotta do a little bit of this. A little bit of this and a little bit of that, and that's Shademan. Continue 2 is probably, on average, the least exciting part of the run, but it's also the quickest. This one should be over fairly quickly, because the end game and post game isn't nearly as involved. It ends fairly quick, like we actually do all of our chip grinding like in the middle of the like end game story, during Worldwide Panic and stuff. Because we just already have collect and everything. We don't need to do any Zenny grinds, any bug frac grinds, anything like that. We can just do everything on the way and then go. When the first time we jack into Meteor comps is also the last time in this menu. Oh, right. Yes, there are traps. Say hello to level 2 viruses. They don't outlive Guardian. Well, actually, Bark.EXE does. Which is kind of rough, because White Shot 2L is one of the toughest chips to get. Of course. That's always like a huge bottleneck for some reason. Okay, our second name of the day is going to be our current event in our current month. It's Mega Man! Two games, one controller run. That is not happening. I'd be surprised enough if somehow, sometime, we could ever get a race of this going. Because I really don't even know who my opponent would be. I guess it would be either Kamari or Yukki, if I was able to get either of them out of retirement. There has not been a Duo Omega version race yet. I don't know if there ever will be. One person controls land and ship selection, the other person controls Mega Man. Oh my. That would actually be a pretty fun idea for, you know, just a normal playthrough. But for a Duo Omega run? I'm not sure. So we have some unlockers from Continue 1 remaining. So I'm gonna unlock this. This is Anti-Elec. Talk to this guy. mean, I guess I'll untrap, sure. Fine. I mean, that's really just trader fodder at that point. Another one. Sure. We don't get this yet. We don't currently have the spare unlockers for it. I think that's anti-damage right there. We get that when we do worldwide panning and we go to town 4. Right here. I'm like half running on just muscle memory, which is kind of bad. That kind of good, kind of bad. I don't remember if this guy upgrades. Yes, okay, so this fight upgrades, interesting. But they're no match for the power of the sun! So now we gotta do the gold buck guy. The eye banner while I'm here. I think, yeah. Right? It doesn't actually tell me to do this. But I think this is when we did it last time, so sure. I think we're gonna need the eye banner. I don't think we ever need the dex banner again, but set up the eye banner. The eyes is a way more convenient warping spot. So this gauntlet is going to be significantly easier than in Continue 1. We just do this, and then Guardian auto wins the fight for us. Praise be Guardian. Alright, so the city battle tournament is actually going to be kind of interesting this time. Because I don't know exactly what opponents we'll face. I can tell you 2 of them. But the first one we'll be facing, whether it's Tetsu or Ponta, I can't say. The second is going to be... actually, I don't know if the order is determined, but we'll be facing Numberman and we'll be facing Topman. I would like to get Ponta again. We will see what happens. Okay, so we're starting on top. Okay, so it's Ponta, good. So it's Topman, Ponta, Numberman. That's good. I like that. Where's Topman? So the reason that we're guaranteed to face Topman is because there's 3 categories of Navis in the tournament. There's the generic Navis, the normal and heal Navis. There's the Soul Navis, which are, you know, your 6 Navis for Soul Unison. And then there is the non-generic, non-Soul Navi. Being like Top Man, Spark Man, Kendo Man, Cold Man, Video Man, and Burner Man. In Continue 2, you will always be facing the opposite non-generic, non-Soul Navi that you faced in Game 1. So since we faced Spark Man in Continue 1, we're guaranteed to face Top Man here, which is very important. This is actually the primary reason that I manipulated Sparkman in Game 1, because Topman is nice and gives early Zenny. However, by manipulating Sparkman Game 1... this would guarantee Topman in Game 2, and more importantly than having Topman in Game 2 is that we don't have Sparkman in Game 2, because if you remember, Sparkman locks us to an extra folder, and we have to open the pack and open the folder to switch back to our normal folder. Meaning we lose Guardian Reg if we get Sparkman's scenario in Continue 2. This is what happened to me during my PB run, so I wasn't able to take Guardian Reg any further than this tournament. Pretty unfortunate, that. And that's why I've adjusted the seat that we use since. So Topman scenario is kind of interesting. It can be fairly short. These old guys ask you a bunch of questions, and if you get them right, you just you don't have to do like a little mini game. But if you get them wrong, you have to like rub their shoulders. I don't know Japanese, and I don't have a full list of questions here, so I do not know. There's a couple of questions I have, but not nearly all of them. I think there's like 16 questions, and I wasn't able to find a comprehensive list of all of them in Japanese on the internet yet. Might look into that someday. In other words, we're gonna have to rub old people's backs for a bit. Siobhan trapped. Might be White Shot 2M. Oh, wrong war. Whoops. I might go and mute myself occasionally so I can eat a bit, because I want to eat some of this stuff before it gets completely cold. So if I ever go silent and you don't hear anything for a bit, then... Here we go. We got one right! Hey! Then that is probably the reason I'm eating or drinking something. This as well, it's not Legacy Collection, I'm playing this on emulator. So I guess OG hardware is closer, but I'm not actually playing this on a physical GBA because I don't have a Japanese 1.0 Blue Moon card. I don't know how you would even really go about finding one. Probably be pretty difficult. There is the cartridge for EXE free Black 1.0 is also pretty sought after by speedrunners because you get to skip the copy man fight in Under 4 if you have the 1.0 version, because they just there's an oversight with the story flags. You're gonna fight Bullman early? I think it's... I mean, obviously, I did very legally acquire and dump this. This is out of the question, of course. Right, so here's where we find out, actually I don't know exactly what happens. Something about his twin brother, like, Kosuke and Tensuke, they got over their fight. I think he wants to make Top Man a better Navi, or more exciting for the kids, because kids aren't really into spinning tops anymore. It's something weird. Anyway, Top Man. Let's see here. This is a good start. See if I can get him in the middle for the maximum air hockey damage. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Oh, nice. I wasn't sure if I could still get him right there. Very good, very good. Looked like it was too late, but we got it. Ponta's next. I need to scroll my note back. We have seen this exact scenario before. The one nice thing is that the Cyber Top is now left in the waiting room for us to jack into, and you will very commonly find Dharma viruses there. So that's where I would grind all the coats of air hockey if I didn't have them already. Wait, this makes 0 sense. It says jack into my PC and warp to Yai's HP. Set up the Yai banner while you're here if needed. You need the Yai banner to warp to Yai's HP. What was past me cooking on this slide? Well, these fights aren't so scary anymore. Especially now that we have Guardian. I will probably go and eat something again. Alright. So that was another repeat of Ponta's scenario. Pretty simple. I might as well play some Guardian. Our folder is slightly soupy, there's quite a few codes involved. Won't really be able to change anything about that. This entire continue. That's how it's gonna have to be. We were able to just Oko that Trumpy, that's pretty sick. Shoot. Don't you blinder me? Does Mood still get status card? Please hold. Aha! Let me Twister you. Or I guess we'll use Var Sword. Alright, sure. Roller isn't really super well made for dealing with bosses most of the time. Must have to make do. Numberman! Alright, so this scenario is new and interesting. This scenario is particularly interesting because there's a number of different things you can do. So the first part of the scenario is you have to hand out flyers for Higsby's because Higsby's is threatened to close down. There's a guy who wants to open a scrub brush shop in ACDC for some reason. Higsby just sends Lan an email like, yeah, I'm retiring from the tournament. Enjoy your victory. Unfortunately, Lan can't just accept that. It could have been so easy. So now we're handing out flyers for Higsby's. The reward differs depending on... So you get 20 flyers. You have to hand out at least 10. Handing out 10 gives you nothing, except you advance the scenario. Handing out 15 gives you a life sync N. Handing out 20 gives you a ball T. I already happen to have ball, but I'm gonna hand out 15 anyway for the life sync, because life sync is another chip that we free chip trade later on. So we'll be going a little bit out of our way. We get 11 flyers during this trip through ACDC in town. I thankfully have a list of who all wants a flyer here. And where they are. The amount varies greatly by area as well. Oh, right. I was gonna say, haha, I can do this, but no. You do not get to keep the C-slider between continues, which is one of people's main problem points, I think. You do have to rebuild it every continue. You can play the game 99 times and you still need to build the C-slider again. There's not really any incentive play past free though. That should be 10. This should be 11. And then I'm just gonna go into Elect Tower because it has 4 NPCs that want a flyer. You can get away without doing this. There's a couple minor comms where there's guys. But I don't know, like they're all like right there on the path. Like I would have to jack into like 3 different minor comms otherwise. I won't be doing that. There's a chance that I also get Numberman scenario again and continue free, in which case I will just hand out 10. This guy wants 1. This guy wants 1. This guy. And there's 1 more somewhere. Found him. That should be it. I'm just gonna check my items real quick. Somewhere here it should say 5. Yes. Because we have 5 flyers left because we handed out 15 out of 20. Give me on track. So now we can go back and report to Nanako. Now we have done our job. Let me just check. Life sync N. But we're not done yet. Because Numberman is trapped in his own warehouse. Oh no. Who could have ever done this? Maybe the guy that's trying to open the scrub brush shop. I don't think ECDZ even has a large enough population for that to be worthwhile, but you know. There's like 5 people who live here. It wasn't me, I trapped him. God damn it, not fair person. How could you? Welcome, welcome. So this is really interesting. So there's a door that asks you a bunch of questions. There's 10 possible questions, and the door will ask you 3 of them. I can't read Japanese. I have no idea what it's asking me. And there's like different codes you have to input. So I put together a handy little cheat sheet that just has a visual of every question and every answer that you need to input. I did have to go searching long and hard for this. I like browsed like a whole bunch of people's playthroughs of BN4, like Japanese people's playthroughs of BN4, usually on the Legacy Collection. Thank God that the Legacy Collection gave all these games much more exposure. Because otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to provide a complete list like I have now. There was also a website that actually listed, you know, for one, the fact that it is 10 questions total, and they also listed every question and answer. Just, I wanted the references, raw visual, like, of someone getting the question in-game. That's what I searched for. So we'll see what it happens to throw me this. And there's a lot of questions that you can answer without being able to read Japanese as well, because they're very simple, like, Mavi questions. There's some where you can. So this... Okay, this one's easy. This is a sequence of numbers, just new. This one I will have to look up. So this is... Okay, this one's funny. This one was translated into English as 3 circles, which is just 0, 0, 0. Although the diagonal actually kind of makes it hard to tell. And this one is a Mavi question. Okay. There's roughly an equivalent of numbers, or an equivalent amount of questions that are Mavi, and questions that are just like you have to read Japanese. There's actually a lot of questions, which I think is very interesting, where the prompt was changed between English and JP, because a lot of the Japanese questions revolve around how certain numbers are pronounced. and then they just throw those sounds together as one word. And you have to interpret it. That doesn't really work in English, so they, like, changed a bunch of questions to be math equations and other things. So here's Number Man. He's no longer a back row camper. I mean, he does still like it a bit, but... he's upgraded a bit since BN1. He's actually pretty damn nimble. Like, he does love to avoid your attacks. Ow. Case in point. This is a draw. You do start to miss out on full synchro if you are in a soul unit, unfortunately. Oh, nice. I really don't know Number Man's counter hits. Well, there's another. That was actually pretty good. Oh, I'm supposed to... No, wait, I'm supposed to jack into the vending machine. We'll be coming back here. I just need to remember it. There is an HP on the vending machine now. Whoops. Please remind me to go to the vending machine next time we're there. When is next time? Is it points? I don't know. Alright. Now we have to do the whole male dating sequence again. Seems like Mail just forgot all about the wonderful, magical time that we had in the park, which was not interrupted by anything at all, ever. How sad. Looks like we have to recreate it. Exactly as it happened. Yeah, just Guardian. Unfortunately, Melody is kind of immune to Guardian's curse, so... it'll very often evade it. Because it's not on the ground at the correct time. There are a lot of fights where air hockey is very good still, of course. There's hardly a fight where air hockey is bad. But Guardian is the way more consistent drag. Like, possible alternatives for a glitched reg chip are air hockey free and full cuss. But I think Guardian is the best option. Just looked at the world record news splits and noticed that Red Sun is 7 hours 9 minutes faster than Blue Moon. Is there a specific reason, or is that just due to RNG? The specific reason is Red Sun is the version that I have done a run of. Blue Moon is the version that I have not done a run of until now. It's gonna be pretty even after this. Yukki's run is fairly old. I don't remember exactly how old. I remember my Red Sun run was 2023. So I think Yukki's was like 21x. And a lot of improvements have been found since then, a lot of new tricks. A lot of other strats. I was just the first one to like... Come on. The first one to try another run with all the new things, and I rewrote a lot of the route myself as well. Made it into a more parsable format and such. So a lot of time, like, the previous Red Sun world record by Yukki was also like 23 hours, but a lot of time came off when I did my run, and so a lot of time should come off here when I do this run as well. I do think the two categories are about the same in length. I think Red Sun is a bit better, nicer, faster, but shouldn't make a huge difference. I have to input Rage Duck again. That said, Yukki's runs were very impressive for what they were. I used both of them very often as a reference for many things while I was coming up with my route and such. I really ought to give credit as well to Lucky Typlosion, who's done a lot of routing work on Red Sun, Duo Omega, and provided a lot of very good resources. Big shoutouts to him. My Red Sun route is just based entirely on his nodes, for the most part. So I'm gonna switch Navi customizers here. We can't auto-sneak run anything anymore, so we're finally gonna ditch this. And we're gonna ditch all this stuff as well. I should have just emptied. It's okay. And we're going to... we're gonna equip Collect. I have to... I just realized I'm gonna have to redo this slide because this assumes I have spin yellow, so I don't yet. It's not really a big deal though, it's just for some buster stuff. Fine if I do it like this. So our Buster has just grown quite a bit weaker, but we do have Custom 2 now. Quite nice. I do wonder if you can fit in the final attack +1 somewhere. I don't know. It's been pinged. But without being able to rotate Custom 2, kind of awkward. I mean, maybe if you swapped it? Please hold. We're doing on-the-fly routing. Right, like, what am I missing? The white attack +1? Actually, yeah, I'm missing... No, yeah, there's not really enough space there. I would have to figure something out. There kind of is, and kind of isn't. The pink one here, and then the yellow one here. Fine? I guess? I should make sure to save an image of this for later. There is no compression in this game. Wait, did he just say I have a bug? I do. Oh, because Charge Max is on the yeah. Okay. It's fine, we'll just run with this. There is no compression in this game. All Navi cost programs are like... what you see is what you get. Actually, I'm gonna redo it once more to what I had initially. Because it has slightly better stats. I should have just gone with what I had put down here, but so the image that I made as a guide here, I redid the route somewhat recently, especially this portion. And on this redo, I decided to scrap the Buster Pack cust for a Custom 2 cust. We'll see how well this works out. This is kind of uncharted territory, actually. I did this after the fact, so... we'll see how well it ends up working out. There's definitely still a lot of improvements to be made to this category. This can go a lot lower still. There's a lot of optimization to be found. Well, I guess we're not getting that HP mem in the vending machine for a bit. I didn't talk to the proc, haha. You do have to talk to this guy. I need to get the P code. Did I just do? I think I did something. I was trying to use on-trap, but I think I used something else. I didn't use a lock enemy, did I? That would be kind of... Sorry, I'm all kinds of out of it at the moment. This is Electroshock, right? I don't need this because it's in an extra folder. I don't know what my run rate is. Was it on trap? Okay. I'm glad someone's paying more attention than me. Sorry, the whole realization that I had put down a wrong cust here, just because I was messing around towards the end of continue to like kind of messing me up. I don't remember where we get bin yellow actually. We'll find out, won't we? Because we do have it at the end of continue too. Oh, I need to get the BMD that's at the start again. Right. Sort of skipping a lot of these steps in my mind, but... Yes, we are. It's a brand new playthrough. It's a brand new day. So this is where our last unlocker goes for now. This is double points. I would like to add it to the folder, but if I do so, I will lose Guardian Reg. Therefore, I will not be doing that. Go! 400 damage Guardian! Yes, it does. That's why I'm opening the menu so often. This is also in the Legacy Collection. Thank God, it's pretty nice. It's an unintentional quality of life feature, much like what was added later in the Star Wars Legacy Collection. Unfortunately, this is the only game it works in. If I had a nickel for every time, for every game that I speedrun, where accessing a menu resets your step counter to 0, and thus lets you avoid all encounters in the game, I would have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's very weird that there's 2 of them. And no, I'm not talking Red Sun Blue Moon. I am talking an entirely different game. Alright, play that song again! Do 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 do. This is everyone's favorite part of the run. I bet you all were just dying to hear another round of Toy Robo. Yo, what's up, KC? The theme of Nightmare Clown. That's right. There is a giant robot on the loose swinging an axe around. I don't know how safe this park is. Hey, this gives me good time to snack at least. This is continue 2. We just started this playthrough like an hour ago. How are you feeling after almost 7 hours? I'm still feeling quite good. I had a little bit of a down point when I was doing bug track and Zenny grinding, but it's okay. Continue 2 is nice and short and sweet. See, the greatest thing about playing this on the Japanese version and being able to skip encounters is that you get uninterrupted Toy Robo! Free time! Did I not grab the... oh my god. I just grabbed the BMD and then went away, didn't... Okay, maybe I'm not mentally there. Okay. Mentally, I'm taking a vacation somewhere on a nice tropical island. But instead, we're here. I forgot this split again. So what's everyone's favorite soundtrack in the BN series, and why is it Story of Wonder? The only other answers I will accept is Story of Wonder, parentheses, slow version. Parentheses, Toy Robo 4. Toy Robo 4 is kind of lo-fi music to study and relax to. No. Did I do? It's okay, we just put down guard. Thank you, Guardy. My trusty friend. 4 does have a lot of really... I love Savor Planet. And the tournament boss theme is great. I freaking love the tournament battle intro with the green lines and everything. It's so sick. And the song plays into it perfectly. Break the Storm from BN6. This is another one of my personal favorites. Or, Castle Comms in BN2. Or Airplane Comms as well. Or Power Plant from BN1. There's so many good ones.
Oh man. I guess this is fine. This can give me Macbolt or Boomer. I do need... Well, I need... okay, I need to remember. I have Boomer to L. But everything else I need. So what was that, Macbolt? To, what code of Macbolt was that? I was like zoned out. Check the VOD, check the replay. I need to know this because I can't check my pack. That's the big problem in Continue too. Was anyone paying more attention than me? I think it was G? Macball 2 is EFG. It's okay, we're almost done. I think we can be done with Continue 2 before the 10-hour mark, if nothing horrible happens. So then we have, well, for the estimate, we have like 10 hours for Continue 3. Hopefully it won't take quite that long, even though it is the longest Continue. MacBolt G, thank you. I appreciate it. Lo-fi Toy Robocom vibes to complete Django's story too. They do this fake out thing a lot, but then there's actually only 2 instances where they throw a virus at you. Thank you, I appreciate it. This is now a co-op run. Yeah, honestly, there's something unsettling about normal Story of Wonder. Is this the Boktai experience? Is this what the game's like? Is this an accurate representation of Boktai gameplay? I know. The real danger with toy Robocomps is eventually continue free. You have to make sure you don't fall asleep while you do it and start missing BMDs. You can just mash A for this part. And there's a choice here, but it starts you on the correct option, so... The solar fruit, which I think is apples? We're basically done at this point. Tayo! And then Drakita. The end. I don't actually know what the Boktai side of the crossover looks like. I think you get to fight Shape Man somewhere, but I've never seen it. I'm gonna try and see if I can draw air hockey for this fight. I guess this... Well, actually, the Guardian just works even better. I was thinking about Gundam because it's not dimming, but... Why bother thinking when you can just place down Guardian and win? Why brain hurty? Alright, I'm gonna try something here. So there is some... It doesn't really matter whether you do this or not. But there is something kind of neat you can do here. You can do a Chaos Unison before a Chaos Unison ever existed. Because you can, in fact... Why did I open the cup? I need to get angry. You can, in fact... Oh wait, no. Well, I guess if you get out of Anxious Emotion, you can go and Unite again. I know you can Unite with one of these Dark Sports. Let's counter hit. I think they also start showing up if you just pass enough turns, and then so it's either that or you just try and hit chip attacks so you aren't anxious. Now, unisoning with Dark Ships wasn't really a thing by this point. It just gives you normal Proto Soul, but you do get to also draw the other Dark Sword, and you can charge it up. Kind of like Proto Chaos. I need to remember to jack into that vending machine in Dendo. When I get around to there. It's actually the next thing on the list. Oh my god, what? This slide still says hot dog stand. No! It's not a hot dog stand, it's a takoyaki stand. I wrote all this I wrote hot dog stand on every slide. And then only later went back across every slide to correct it to takoyaki, but I guess I missed this in.
It's so over. It's actually so over. This entire guide is worthless now. Calls the takoyaki stand a hot dog stand in one instant. Maybe I will remember to fix this later. Maybe. How does he do it? Yes, thank you, appreciate it. I already did it. I'm back on track. But I appreciate the reminders. Yeah, specifically the big stand outside of Dendome is a takoyaki stand in the Japanese version, which was localized into a hot dog stand in the English version. I think Mr. Match says something about the stand in his scenario in Red Sun, because he like starts crushing on the stand's owner. I don't remember what exactly he says though, and how that's different between versions. MD for high count and E right there, we need that. Yes, this is going to be... We're going to collect every single battle chip, all 150 standard, all, How many megas are there? Damn, it's 40 something, surely? All 5 gigas, all something program advances. Speedrunner doesn't know his own game. And we're gonna fight Duo Omega to top it all off. 45? Maybe.
45 I know is the number for JP being sick.
I don't really remember the other one. What's up, Zello? There are a lot of Navis in this. A lot of them. Yeah, Duo Omega still seems very far away now. We do have about 10 more hours to go, at least. Yeah, we're not getting like the secret chips like Roll Arrow and Gut Punch and Seek Bomb, whatever else. That you can only do with several people. Full hit. Eh. I'm getting beaten up by this melody. Jumping call after I nap. You don't want post-work me on stream. Alright, fair enough. Looking forward to it, though. I'm glad. I'll be very happy to have someone else join me here. There's not that much to talk about in Continue 2. There is going to be something pretty interesting with regard to the second tournament board coming up soon. Hope I get a good and clear bracket. Otherwise, we'll see. Guardian, go! No thinky, brain hurty. Why use many chip when few chip do trick? I have to save before talking to this guy. This is very important. I have this in like all caps red text, gigantic text. Let's see the tournament board. Okay, this is exactly what I don't want. Cool. I'm glad we talked. Alright, let's try that again. But that is a very clear-cut tournament board at the very least. This is what I want. Here we go. Nice. Alright, good. So the important thing right here is... oh, this is really good, actually. This is going to be Woodman, Riki, Burnerman. The important thing right here is that I face Woodman again. I explained this earlier, but I'll explain it again. I'm going to read the email real quick. Not Sal's. This one. And then I need to quickly scroll to Woodman. The way this game works is it will give you 3 souls in game 1, 2 souls in game 2, and your last soul in game 3. We don't want to visit the Undernet in this continue. We don't want to have to make the Sea Slider or do anything like that. So, the way we do this is we don't get a Proto Man scenario. That's the only one that forces us to the Undernet. So we have to guarantee that we get Junkman scenario. How do we do this? Well, Numberman is guaranteed to show up in the City Battle Tournament and continue to. Which means we have 4 souls by that point. So the way we would guarantee Junkman, which is a new soul for us, would be to get an old soul during Tournament 2, which in this case is going to be Woodman. So I specifically saved before talking to the guy. So I could reset to face Woodman instead of Metalman. Because in this game, at this point the game still has the option of giving me Metalman, which it did at first. But thankfully, that part isn't set in stone yet. You can still shift things around very slightly. And so that's what we did. And so we're gonna be getting, we're currently doing a repeat of Woodman. Which means we will be doing Junkman in the final tournament and we won't have to go to the Undernet. The tournament roster for game 1 is fixed the moment you start a new game. For game 2, I think it's specifically that instance in the Hawk tournament. You can change it slightly. It's kind of weird. But we're able to take advantage of it very well. For game 1, it is indeed fixed the moment that you hit new game. The moment you hit new game from a fresh save with no continue option, all 9 tournament opponents are locked in. I don't know why it works like this here. All I know is that it does. And now you do too. So I have to do Woodman scenario again. Not too hard, given that, you know, just lets you bash your face into it until you clear it. If you're bad like me. There's like really fancy mapped out movement here because all these towers are on the same cycle. You like do a bunch of wiggles and stuff and corner turn. Get through very smoothly. It's nice to watch. You should watch someone like Jagumba. I think they're currently on a BN6 or BN4 or any percent grind. But alas, for today you have to put up with me. Yeah, we've done this scenario before, there's not much to say. Have you tried going to the end of Park Area 3? I'm like, gee whiz, wow, sure, I hadn't tried that. Let's do that. Video games. I love video games. Man gains a lot of HP. Oh, fun fact, yeah, they can't do that, but his sapling gun does do it. I'm gonna actually try and go for a PA right here. I have one component in hand right now. Nice counter, right? Maybe not. Maybe we'll go for Aqua Soul. This is too good of a draw. Oh yeah, it kind of is, isn't it? That's... This? Sure. Witness my awesome Blizzard LMI strat. This is what I came up with for Continue 2 and 3. I don't know how this is gonna fare at the end of Continue 3 still, but we will see, won't we? I mean, it won't be for bosses, it'll just be for virus battles. Where's thingamajig? Left. Of course. Who's next? Riki. That's good. I like Riki because Riki is much easier and shorter than Curry. And much funnier if you watch the cuts. Yeah, I do like it. My original idea was to run Blizzard and LMIS alongside Bob Spread, similar to how the Fire Soul folder runs Heat Spread. But then I realized for some reason, so like Heat Shot, Heat V, and Heat Sight all come in the same code, which is D code. Bubbler, Bub V, and Bubble Side do not share a code. Specifically because Bubbler is PQR for some reason in this game. I do not know why. The others would technically line up if Bubbler came in, I think, B code? But no. Like, I'm not putting Bubble Thread in my folder if it means having like as a sequential PA, like PQR in there. So we're just gonna do Blizzard LMIs, and then we're gonna add some things over time as well. as I get access to them. Unfortunately, I have no control over the normal, like, generic Navi scenarios. So I don't know if I will be getting Curry or Tetsu, or... Sorry. Ponta or Tetsu, Curry or Riki, and Polly versus Foot Bomb. I hope that I don't get Polly again because it's pretty long and doesn't offer a great reward other than the first time. But we'll see what happens. For Tournament 1, Ponta is the best, which is the normal Navi. For Tournament 2, Riki is better, which is the heal Navi. And then 3, Foot Bomb is by far faster, which is the normal Navi again. Can you do the thing? Hey look, he's spawning ice panels for me. Isn't that nice? What a kind guy. You don't. There's no way to tell if it's going left or right. It's completely luck-based. You have the same chances of winning when not doing anything, which is just awesome. I hope I get to show off how we do that scenario one. I mean, like, yeah, it's not as cushy. You don't have as much HP going into it, because the Navi actually doesn't scale at all in the future continue. I don't know what it's like to do it in Game 1 for, like, any pretend. Oh, he can do anything because he can't warp it. We're always going to want Polly and do Omega, of course. This kind of sucks. I'm just like, I'm digging for something specific at this, but it might take a bit. Doesn't work, that's breaking. Proto Soul does get back B Reflect. About the extent of it. I like my area back. Oh, and that, sure. I don't know how to use this with Proto Soul. Yeah, I know you can charge it, but it's like too complex for me. This is the most horrible heal Navi fight I've ever had. So let me draw that final Gundle Soul and then we're out of here. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Program Advance! Pile Driver! That's another one down for the PA library. Alright, Burner Man scenario. This one is new. We haven't done this one. So we're gonna go home. The scenario is kind of funny because there's a good BN1 callback. Mom called us and she says our oven's on fire. So she gives us the water gun that we used in Fireman scenario to cool down the oven so that Mega Man can continue on. However, it's not quite enough for this. Unfortunate. Burner Man's reasonably quick, yeah. It's slower than video, but it's fine. So of course, we consult an expert on cyber flames, Higsby, who gives us a cyber water gun. And that's what we... this is... So you have to play this minigame every time. Nice. You have to press B when the thing is all the way at the top. If you don't make just the right timing, you'll still put out a lot of fires, like 6 or something usually. But also they will also be cleared like one at a time. Whereas it just does one big splash if you do it like this. I forgot to... I don't have... I mean, this could be flame line of some sort. Fine. Well, we have that one already, plenty, but it's okay. Obviously, it's ideal to hit the top every time, but it's not. So the reason this is happening is Atsuki, which is Burner Man's operator, and Mr. Match are fighting over who has the better fire Navi, and setting the whole net ablaze. So, in classic Hawk Tournament fashion, we have to go to the back of Park Area 3! Woohoo! And we have to put out all these fires. It does start to go faster as you go. Heated drama between men. That's so true. Wait, would you call it a heated rivalry? Sorry. There is a lot of hockey in this game. Sorry. Shoot, that's not gonna make it, I think. Yeah, I do like this more than Energy Chungus, for sure. This game had better versions of Press and of Energy Chung. Is that enough? Yeah, Mats is kind of a mainstay character. I think the only game that he's not in is 5? And I guess, like, I don't know, BCC 4.5? If you want to count those. But the only main game he's in, or he's not in, is 5. He does make his triumphant return in 6. Where he's good now, kinda, maybe?
double crack? I kind of hope. That's not enough. I'm pretty sure at this point it starts just being too much for not a full perfect charge. There's one at the end that you absolutely need to two-shot unless you get the full charge. I don't know. They kind of like tried to say he reformed in being free and was good now and a part of Scilab, which was obviously not true. But Lan fell for it. And then I don't know. I mean, he isn't technically like doing criminal things anymore as of here. And then 6 he becomes a teacher. But really, for all intents and purposes, he should be locked away. Yeah, this one is gonna be a 2. Alright, shrimple enough. Burner Man. Unfortunately for Burner Man, he is weak to water, meaning hopefully I can use my awesome Blizzard Elemize strategies to great avail here. Goodbye. And there you have it. Yes, LMI starts multi-hitting when you use it on an ice panel. All the respective, like, Alum Sirius chips do that when you are in the correct type of panel. Elm Leaf on wood, or Elm Flare on lava, etc, etc. Come on. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, I dare you, do it, I dare you, do it, I dare you, you won't, you won't. Idiot! Nice war sword though. Ah! Okay, 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 buddy. Okay, okay. We need to talk. We need to talk about your usage of life sword. Ah! I don't have an undershirt and shoot! And this is why we save. Ow. I just got life sorted right in the face. This is the second time that Aquaman DS has killed me this run. I was hoping... it kind of worked. Own. Aquaman versus Aqua Soul. Name a better anime battle. So since I don't have undershirt and he doesn't have undershirt in this time, instead of Duo Omega, the final secret boss will just be another Aquaman.EXE. That's right. So this is the one time I fought Mega Man DS and I used Life Sword in the first milliseconds of the fight. Alright, off to Netopia. Oh, this is where it gets been yellow. Okay. Please hold as I will readjust my custom. First we have to haggle down this old woman again, though. I'm sorry. She gets so mad at you when you do. Kids these days. And we have to do Wowzer's Box. In the box, and wowzers! It's viruses! Funny every time. It wasn't that long ago that we were here grabbing this as Recuff 150. So, I know I have this somewhere. Here we go. So now we have 4 attack instead of 3, which is a little bit better. It's like, go see all the sites, but we've already seen all the sites, which is the little kid in front of the Coliseum and these 2 guys up the stairs. And very importantly, the pizza is still here. Pizza, not a chicken like in Reds. Or, in Blue Moon, it's pizza. In Red Sun, it's a chicken leg. Lana's used to, getting abducted the moment he travels abroad. It's okay. That's okay, I'm used to random things going wrong for There's a lot of fake Mega Man Battle Network quotes, but that one is somehow real. Gonna blow people's minds again by saying that I'm 30 years old is not real. Neither is everyone jack off immediately. The untrap doesn't activate when getting the key data. Wait, that would actually be such a cool interaction. If it actually, like, skipped the fights when you had an untrap up. That would actually be pretty cool. Alas. In Germany, we call that Erlebnisurlaub. You get more than you paid for. These guys are like the only thing, or some of the only things, continue to that outlive Guardian. There really isn't much that survives Guardian, but Bark.EXE does. Yeah, true. I'll Jack and Geo Squirrel if that's what it takes is real. You get that one. Alright, so let's see what we get here. It should be Junkman, Kendo Man, and either Foot Bump or another Water God. I hope it's not Water God. Please don't be Water God. I don't know if you can change it though. Yes! Nice! So this is Junkman into Foot Bump into Kendo Man. Very good. So far, my luck in terms of generic Navi scenarios has been good as well. Junkman! Immediately starting with the new... The only scenario where you get to go to Yumlin. And it's Blue Moon exclusive. Our favorite place. I actually do like this scenario. I think it's really neat. I mean, I do have to buy the Yumlin code immediately, but we should have plenty of money to do this. I don't know how much money I have. 30k. Easy. To get this BMD right here again. So this guy over here, he says there's like a scrapyard here and it's kind of dangerous. We're gonna go in anyway, of course, and then Mega Man gets buried by a bunch of junk, no! But we jack him out and it seems he's fine. And this is totally the real Mega Man we're talking to right now. In our PET. So we ask him what's request. Whoa! He doesn't know us at all. It's Junkman. What the hell? There's actually a lot of very funny dialogue. You can actually answer the questions correctly for a while. It's like, I think the first one is what grade did I get on my last test? Which you can answer correctly. I think it's 35. And then it's like, what's my favorite food? And then, what did I have for breakfast? And then, eventually there's a question where all the answers are wrong, and it doesn't let you continue. Which is like, what was the hardest boss we faced so far? And the options are like, Kickman Omega, and, Superman Delta. Stuff like that. Oh, right, so, I'm Junkman now, which means, I don't work normally. I have a lot of bugs on me. Eh. So currently I'm inflicted with Confuse. Reverses my movement. All of these fights have Bark.EXE. It's kinda nasty. Shoot, I got about the confusion. Mega Man is dying. Repost to make him die faster. I really need to be careful. There's like 5 fights. Here's something cool you can do with air shot. Never mind? I was expecting to move the MacTech into the next row, but, apparently not. We are thankfully jacked in from outside. So we find Mega Man again, jacked out, and now we want to help purify Junkman's soul. Something. So jack into the Buddha.com and get some data for him. Salvation data. I don't remember what it's called. And that's actually basically it. That's the entire scenario. Compare that to Proto Man's scenario. Kinda crazy. No. We go here, and we're gonna fight. Junkman is a back row camper, so he's very allergic to Gundaliak. This is kind of... I'm actually like primarily using Proto Soul here to just get rid of the Var Sword, like take an extra chip in my jaw. Although you might be able to reflect the junk cubes. This isn't really good. I don't have a good way to reach him. If he were to ever come to the front, I could smash him with a Sea Saber. I'm not doing so hot. I don't know if you're able to tell. It's okay, we won. All that matters is the end result, right? And so we got Junk Soul, which is actually pretty good, kinda, maybe. It's alright. Here we go. Basically what it does, well, on Unison it inflicts confuse on every enemy. Who's next? It's football. And then it like recycles chips. Like there's 2 slots in your custom screen that'll have chips you've already used in the battle, so you can like reuse strong chips, but it's selected randomly, of course.
So this scenario is kind of awesome because it's stupid. I have mentioned this before. One important thing to mention is Netopia area GMDs gain a lot of value starting game 2. There's a low chance we'll find Get On 2 in here. It's T-coded if you ever see it. We'll keep an eye out for it. I don't remember what happened to Junkman exactly. But I think he goes to the afterlife and is happy, something. I remember it's actually pretty well written. So this Navi wants a Guard 1A. I had a funny thing happen where I didn't actually have any Guard 1As in practice. Read your latest email. Jack the Goddess statue, and here's gonna be our cusp for this scenario. My idea for a Navi cusp. Do you like it? So, welcome to football. This is a stupid, entirely RNG minigame. I'm just gonna press the A button, and we will see what happens. Whether we win or not is up to luck. Looking pretty good so far. You can dodge left or right, you can shoot left or right, but it doesn't really matter. It's just a 1 and 3 either way. So we won the first round, that was pretty nice. But of course, there is a second. Because why wouldn't there be? The BN4 Russian roulette minigame. That's one hell of a way to describe it. It's kind of... Oh, well there it is. Okay, nice. So we don't have to 10-chip that anymore. I've been getting quite good luck with GMDs on average. We can do everyone's favorite trick again here. I hope you're ready. Brace yourselves. And... presto! How does he do it? So now we have to do it again, except the bomb is bigger and does double damage. Doesn't really change much. In many regards, this one is easier than the other one. He gets 2-shot, while I still get 3-shot? Yeah. And that's it. It's that trim. And that's it! Remember Pauly's scenario? This one is way shorter. I need to fix my Navi cost. As much fun as having 1,600 HP is.
Alright, time to beat him up. Eh. I like to get him with the Z saver. Oh right, wind effects and fan effects don't apply while Invis is up. I forgot. No! Well, I guess that's fine. I was mostly upset that I didn't use that awesome full synchro LMI on an ice. But I guess it was fine. I got the code! Alright. Sure. Next is Kendo. This scenario is a little troublesome in the Japanese version. It's also really hard to pinpoint which one is faster between this and Cole, but Kendo does take it by a bit. So we're gonna go to Netfrika. We're gonna jack into the Limpopo comp again, as we like to do. Thankfully, there's no Zenny grinding time. Do have to do this again for the P code. Man, am I glad to not have Barky-X show up every other encounter. Never mind. At the very end of this continue, after we beat Laser Man. At that point, we will have done everything. It's actually really not worth to use Guardian Rec for Game 3 because everything starts outliving it, so... we will have Air Hockey on Reg for the first bit, and then... we will eventually switch to full Cust Reg. So this is Kendo Man. He thinks that we're one of his disciples and we want to learn the art of Kendo. And Mega Man has decided he has nothing better to do than follow along, so that's what we're doing now. So I already have Get On 2, so I don't need to check that anymore. We're gonna go into Yumlin area. And we're gonna do the Kendo minigame. Now the reason this is much harder than the Japanese version is, in the English version, it's straight up, like, the text box... Hold on, I actually want to focus.
So the text box that you see with the Japanese characters right there, in the English version it's just an arrow that's pointing in the direction that you need to press. So it's, every input needs A, so it's A and left for block, A and down, A and up, or A and right. In the Japanese version you just need to look at which way, what part is exposed and which way the statue is holding the kendo staff, which is quite a bit harder, I find. When you have to block, it like screams with an exclamation mark. That's kind of the easy one, but you really don't want to mess up. You can also just be stuck in RNG hell and have to block forever and ever and then run out of time because you couldn't do any damage. This minigame is kinda stupid. I don't know if I was physically able to do enough damage right there. Maybe if I hadn't messed up a couple of times, but like that was just unlucky. Here you go. Oh, so that's the second one. There's one more, and they do get harder each time. I think they get more health. And or less time. I will also need to do... There's a BMD over here that I need. This is our last tournament scenario in the Blue Moon tournament already, so... The other ones went by very quickly, because they were like the shortest one. The other kendo victims lying on the road, yeah. Alright. That one was nice enough. Yo, what's up, Hard Candy? Thank you, thank you. The run is going pretty well so far. I can't complain. We'll see how Continue Free shapes up. I'm just gonna check out and back in and check cut GMDs again. We're 8 hours in, so... Quite a ways already. It really doesn't feel like it's been 8 hours already, but apparently it has been. Don't know what to make of that. Alright. So, that was Kendo Man scenario. Now we go on beat up Kendo Man and everything's fine. Hey, wait. Where Where's Mr. Famous? Guys? Hold on. Let's go back to Netfrica. Oh my goodness. There's a guy remote controlling lions using this antenna somehow. And he has Mr. Famous. What am I, Mr. Famous, not doing here? Exactly. So this scenario, much like Colt, also has an exclusive reg up, which you need. So don't miss it while you're here. God damn it, that was like the only guy that I wanted to get, was the Melody. Yeah, because what tends to happen. We love Melody. Yeah, that's probably what the game's implying as well. I don't remember how they put it exactly. I mean, I guess you could call it a BN free callback if you want it. It'd be a bit of a stretch. That's the entire scenario. For real this time. That's why it's very hard to tell which one of these is faster, because they're both very long. But we did it. And thus we are nearing the end of Continue 2. There is something quite funny about the Kendo Man fight, which I will show off. So here's the thing about Kendo Man. Kendo Man does not like obstacles very much. Because he's kind of powerless against them. Front. Oh, well, okay, I might as well show this. Not even his mighty training regimen can hurt me here. Well, it's fine. He's trying very hard. However, ultimately, it's not hard enough. He does also like to get double hit on LMIs in his dash. Goodbye. And that's round 3! That's our 6th tournament done. We should have 600 HP. Well, I can't check my reg, because if I do, then everything falls apart. I assume we have a reg of 33. Alright, 5 seconds of Naxa music into panic music forever. As you do. So now we're actually just gonna gun endgame, kinda, and pick up everything that we need along the way. Where's Char? So here's something I'm not sure about yet, but we will be doing it. We're gonna take a little detour into the Undernet here. This is specifically the only area that you can access in Undernet free without the sea slider, is this little cubby hole over here. We're gonna be going through the Space Center homepage. And then I'm gonna equip a jungle cuss. So I want Side Bamboo 2H for the folder. There's a chance I get Elm Leaf here as well. Elm Leaf is in quite a few of these encounters. We'll see. Any rank will do for Side Bamboo. Unfortunately, we don't have encounter bug here. Fine. Well, there's Elm Leaf. Technically, the chip that I didn't want, but this is gonna make it pretty easy on us to get the remaining Elm chips in continue free. I think I just need Flare and Dark at this point. Guy can't do much if you don't let him. Alright, cool. There's another one. There's our first Side Bamboo. Very good. Oh, well, this is Elm Flare. Hello. These encounters do always remain here. Technically, I could get it here, and then I would just have to get Elm Dark. Would save me a lock at him. That's fine. I didn't actually have Side Bamboo 1 and Continue 1. We get it in Continue 3. Okay, well, sure. I won't say no. Well, there's Elm Flare. Okay, sure. I just randomly got all of the other element chip. Why not? Wish I could stay, but I have stuff to take care of. Alright. Appreciate you hanging around. Thank you for the good luck. Can I not actually get this encounter? I would like Side Bamboo 2. There's also like a double encounter with just 2 Side Bamboo 2 cards. That one would be nice to get. Hey, speak of the devil.
So that should be... Obviously, we can't add them to the folder yet. That should be number 2. Now I have to start my meticulous tracking of what I do and don't have. Oh no, I have to use my brain. No! The run is over. I don't really care for Elm Flare D, or sorry, Elm Leaf D. We'd probably go hard in a Fire Soul folder. This is Blue Moon. Can I not? Okay, this is guaranteed. That's number 3. And this is going to be number 4. And some books. Now we can actually do the story proper. I definitely do need Twin Fang 2P. So, we're gonna use a different cuss. Featuring our beloved Encounter Bow. Happy Time Link Day, everyone. What is up, Prof? That's right. A whole day of just me. Me, myself, and I. I think technically, the viruses are slightly more common in the Topia area, but we'll just grind for it here. I don't think it makes a huge... don't want this. That seems like a pretty ugly encounter. Don't think I have 100% run. Okay. Could work. So I need low rank. So Guardian's actually not that helpful. And that is Guards 2P. 2P or not 2P? That is the question. Sorry.
Don't want this encounter. Shit, would guaranteed give us binder too, wouldn't? Pretty sure I don't have that yet, so. Again, it sorts itself out. Should I get Sparkman and Game Frame? I do not know. There you go. Now to get back to the story. This is where we would grind for Zenny again in Africa, but I have enough already for what I need currently, so we are just going to conveniently skip that. Thank God. Need more on track. Okay, we'll get more after this. Unfortunate. In the last playthrough I would have been able to take the shortcut for there, but we haven't done the water god in this time. I should have just drawn Gun.EXE, that would have been faster. Oh well. No, not a couple seconds in my 18-hour speedrun! No! Well, I actually do need to grind these GMDs for Flameline 3K, that is routed. Don't have any untraps. Well, in that case, we'll just go and buy stuff real quick. I need 7 unlockers and 7 untraps. These unlockers should last me for the rest of the game, I think. And then we go back. Technically could get this off of the virus as well, but I have it routed in this way, so we're doing it. It's gonna give me some more Zenny anyway. It doesn't really. We're gonna need more. Did I ever mention we need a lot of money in this run, and money is very hard to come by? Because we need a lot of money in this run, and it's very hard to come by. I mean, this is not on the Legacy Collection, so patch cards aren't a thing. I mean, yes, you could use the e-reader and everything, you could try and emulate everything. I don't even know how that will work. But no, in general, outside of their dedicated subcategories, stuff like e-reader, e-reader cards isn't allowed. And there isn't a Duo Omega with e-reader, because nobody does this category in the first place. There's been nobody interested in doing it with add-on stuff. So the answer is no. This actually puts us at 2 out of 3 for Flame Cross free. Because, I already have Flameland Free J from Lotto. That's still in the folder, actually. I kind of would like to have it not there, but it's a little too late for that. Be stuck with us until after we beat Laser, which is actually not terribly long away. We do need to do a few chip grind. But shouldn't take that long. This category does exist on SRC. Although if you look on SRC, then you actually won't even see my Duo Omega Red Sun. Because that is only on Mega Man RTA Leaderboards.net. I'm pretty sure SRC just has both of Yukki's times. The 25-hour Blue Moon and the 23-hour Red Sun. I do realize most people go to check SRC first when they think Speedrun. Not realizing that Mega Man has its own leaderboards. Well, the BN and SF communities do kind of use SRC more, actually, than they actually use MMRTA. Classic X0, ZX, and those 4 use MMRTA more. I think Legends uses them about equally, and then BNSF just uses SRC more. MMRTA BNSF is also not exactly managed by a lot of people. To be precise, it is managed by me and Fat Kid, and I don't think Fat Kid has done anything for it in a long time either. This doesn't take too long. It's actually probably very inefficient to do this, if you have to grind for it. If you're grinding Zenny and it appears along the way, yes. But I actually think I remember exactly where you would get Flameline Free K in the Red Sun run to get more copies for your folder, and it's pretty fast and easy. This might be a big old waste of time. We might get a couple more Flameline Free K as we do continue free. But the route says get it here, so yeah, I'll get it here for now.
Rust the Trout. I say when knowing I made the route. Oh, I don't have any more. Isn't that much? Yeah. This is a big old waste. I'm actually just gonna not do this. I'll just get it and continue free. I just have to remember, it's towards the start that we get it in Red Sun. I'm just gonna continue the story. hope that money ends up being worthwhile at least. Yeah, well, I think this category has a ways to go still. It could be probably around 15 if someone really puts a lot of effort into it. But I don't see anyone on Earth currently doing that, so... Right, we should do this gate first and then the other, and then I need to check. I need Magbolt to E, which I don't have. I have G. So we're gonna have to grant that in this area. I'm just gonna... Buster Pack goes, battery goes in. And I'm gonna... bugging it. So I need low rat. That's fine. I can do low. It's really just an endurance thing more than anything else. I like this game a lot, so... It's kinda tiring, of course, but it's really not that bad. I just like long speedruns as a whole. It's always been fascinating to me. I've just done a lot since. Always really enjoyed watching really long and such. No, the text speed is like the least important thing, although it is nice. The Japanese version is because when I do this, just open literally any submenu, my step counter gets reset to 0. You will notice usually I'm not getting any encounter while I traverse these areas. That's because I'm constantly resetting my step counter to 0, which saves us hours throughout the run. Actual legit. This is gonna be one of the big improvement points over Yukki's time. If you need Flameline to E and F, I'm pretty sure I need E. F I should have from GMD. So we're gonna use Oil Body. And then Boomer to M I need, which is the S rank code. It being the S rank code is not a problem at all here because Guardian will just solve this for us. No, Tornado videotape is Red Sun. I did do it in my Red Sun run. It's kind of hard to do in Blue Moon though, given that Windman doesn't exist. That should be Flameline to E. So now I need Boomer to M. Which means we're gonna use Sneak Bug. Buster Pack.
Yeah, it is Japanese exclusive. It can be done on the Legacy Collection as well, because the Legacy Collection's BN4 is directly based on the Japanese. I think they all are. They're just translated. Yes, GBA is still way faster than LC. Because it gets various, JP gets to do various tricks that aren't possible in the Legacy Collection. Because the Legacy Collection uses JP 1.1 as a base. And 1.0 gets things like Guardian Rig, and something else very helpful later. I don't have Mocha Rush 2, do I? Come to think of it. Shout out to Kawaii Sheep. No idea. Well, actually, this is free BGMD. I could still get Magnum from this, I believe, which would be helpful. So, yeah, Boomer. I have a very specific idea for this, hold on. Oh, I don't know if this will work. I don't know if that was fast enough. No! It's so over. This is gonna kill a Moloko. Well, this is gonna be a low ranked. Alas. I needed to take the Moloko's fur off and then block it with Guardian as the Boomer triggers the Guardian. Why do you have Blinder? Pretty sure this isn't even the best area. Isn't it better to grind Boomer in Netflix area? Because I remember that's where we grind Boomer free for its codes, for most of them. Well, see, this is a 50-50. Nope. Twinfang 2Q. That is nice, because it means I won't have to get it later. Just do this instead of failing to run. It's okay. Alright, nice. Thank you. we can move on with our lives. No! Don't. Do not. Please do not the Mega Man. If by some miracle you don't have Guard 2, go and get it from ACDC 1. I think I have plenty of Guard 2. I do need Boomer to N. Go into Town 2, which is also where we happen to continue the story. So this is lower rank, so this is gonna be a bit easy. BGMD, I do need Cannon Star from BGMD still. That would be helpful. White Shot 2M. White Shot 2, the only one I need is L, but that's the tricky one. Landline 2F is right here. Low rank. Well, I was trying to save the BGMD. We work, and I got Guard 2. Nice, that's good. Fun fact, Giga Cannon 1 is actually kind of one of the last PAs we do, or sometimes can do. Just because it's either Cannon C, which we have to buy, and you all know how much we hate buying things in this round. Or we get Cannon Star from there, but that's far from guaranteed, so... Yeah, Guardian is kind of cracked in PvE. It's very, very good for S ranking things. So now I just need Boomer to N. So, let's see. That is a double delete. That is unfortunate. But it's guard anyway. Tornado! Wow, I'm getting all the BGMD chips. That's kind of crazy. 111 already. Doing pretty good. Yeah, you buy it in the shop in 5, right? In Or in 1? Pretty good. I think it being free, you get it very late. You get it in Undernet 7 after beating Serenade, right? Well, that's kind of stinky. Coming up is actually the part that I am the most grateful for Guardian rank for, which is White Shot 2L. That one is kind of nasty. And Guardian does help a lot with it. Wait, no. Don't S-rank! Don't S-rank! I hope the self-sabotage maneuver actually does anything for me. Please give me Boomer. Damn it. Thank you! Sometimes all you have to do is sabotage yourself to get an easy boomer. Okay, boomer 10. We get the PMD again, which is anti-water D. I have wide shot to N, right? I'm pretty sure I do. Ooh. It's not that hard to get if I don't. It's low rank Bark, so. Yeah, no, I got it in the sink in game 1, right? That was only like 4 hours ago. Surely I should remember this. I don't have Big Hammer 2 yet. I will need that. There's also an encounter that's one Gaia, one Lark. Pretty nice. I just keep getting guard 2. But it's not telling me to grind Big Hammer 2 yet, so I will not. Under 2. Wide Shot 2L. And White Web 2, actually. I don't have White Web 2 at all yet. Okay, well there it is. So now, Wide Shot 2L, which is the worst chip ever. Well, this is kind of nasty, actually. Right. Okay, I saved here. Well, I lost White Web, but that's really not a big deal. We're gonna get it again before we know it in under 2. I promise you. This is just Thunder 2, which I don't need, but I don't have guaranteed run. Can you both move back? No. No. You know, did I have Thunder 2? I'm not certain. Well, now I have it. Something terrible happens again. Right, this is where the spiders start leaving webs, which are kinda nasty. There's Bob V. I think I might not have had that. White Shot 2, so I need a fish cast. Is Slasher in 4? Yes, it is. I think it's a shop chip, yeah. So we trader it. I think it's sold in Netopia's shop. Alright, time to grind. I need an S rank on a Bark.EXE, which means I either start the fight with full synchro and then just place down Guardian, or I do something else. I could also get Silence here. Oh, that's not fast enough. Okay, well I got Silence. Silence is actually in the free chip trader. So, It's pretty easy to get there. Yeah, and now we grind for the white shirt. Try and see what I get from BGMD here. We have already accumulated a lot of bug facts since the grind. Like, I have 66. I need 100. And we still have all of Continue Free to go. Try and do this. It's the wrong one. Favorite program advance? Great question. Help this. Okay, maybe? Nice! I don't actually have White Web 2, do I? Because I lost it. Okay, hold on. It's fine. Whatever. Well, I'm gonna check this in the library before I end up doing, but White Web. Yeah, no, I don't have it. Whoops. I guess I'll just equip a jungle cuss. That's funny. I usually get so many on the White Shot 2L grind. I like a lot of the throwback PAs in 6. I like Sun Moon. I think it's cool. I like Master Cross. Pile Driver is sweet, of course. Corn Fiesta, obviously the best. I like Elm Sword from BN4 quite a bit as well. Even though it's fairly basic. Hey look, it's the encounter, but it's upgraded, and now it's like way worse to grind. I mean, I guess you could grind it with Guardian Reg like this. You would even be able to always guarantee Oko it and never have to deal with a spider. But there's not much of a reason. Okay, so that's that. Finally get to move on and fight this guy again. There is no reason for us to bug frack grind in this continue. There's one chip left in the video game that needs bug fracks to buy, which is Signal Red. And we have all of Continue Free left to get bug fracks along the way, as we do things. So, no reason to bug frack grind in this continue. I need air hockeys. I need air hockey too, many of them. I need 4 air hockey 2J and 1 air hockey 2K. Or the other way around, I don't care.
We just needed the bug fracks early on for collect. And we bought Shotstar while we were there, and also because it's unrealistic to get that many bug fracks on the web. What are the 100% requirements? Great question. I should be in Park Area 2. I guess it doesn't really matter. So, we have to do the following things. We have to collect every standard chip, every mega chip, every giga chip. We have to do every program advance. And we have to defeat Base, Omega, and Black Earth 2. I need Big Hammer. Yeah, So this is where you also grind for Mocha Rush and Big Hammer. I'm not gonna take an encounter like this. Most of these things are pretty self-explanatory. We're kind of working towards everything at the same time for, like, you know, as we do the run. We got our first icon when we did the first playthrough. Actually, there's 7 icons in this game. Standard Mega Giga complete, base icon, PA complete, and then there's Soul complete, which you just automatically get upon getting your last soul, which is like basically it's gonna be near the end of game 3. You just kind of get a freebie icon in a way. And then what was I gonna say? There's the blue moon icon, which you just get for beating the game, or the red sun icon. Perish. Yeah, it's just all icons. That's what we call the category generally, or what do we call these categories? All icons, 100%, or whatever final boss, Omega. So this is guaranteed Big Hammer. Oh. And Magnum, nice. In H-code, no less. Now I just need many air hop. There is a double here with BGMD. Not this. Double Dharma. Once you have all the icons, then Duo Beta will turn into Duo Omega. Okay. 1J. $1K. $2J. We're building up the eventual Earhawk folder. That's Big Hammer. Okay. There's the double, okay. So this should be free J. We will eventually have a folder 2, which is just 12 air hockey. I hope you look forward to it. And this should be 4J, if I just play this poorly enough, which I can do that. Probably. So I got 1K for the PA and then all J. Heat V I'm pretty sure I don't need, because I got it from GMD earlier. I need timpani. That is in this area. That's over here. There it is, 50-50. Fortunate. Timpani, that's his name. Brother to John Pani. James Pani. I also don't need to grind any more Air Hockey 1F because, or like Air Hockey 1s in general, because I did see at the end of Continue 1 that I have 4 Air Hockey 1D, which will do. Any code will do. For the Air Hockey. It's gonna be 4 Air Hockey 1D, 4 Air Hockey 2J, and 4 Air Hockey 3U, I guess, for this run. Go on. Just try and hit me. Idiot. Stop giving me flame line. I need timpani. I would like to check at the end if I have double crack. Or if I still need that. Tim remains elusive. That's right. The elusive timpani. $50-50 by the way. This is 1 and free, but yeah, I might as well take it. Consequences of timpani. There, I got it for the 1 and free! What? Okay, well, I mean, sure. Alright, Meteor comes. I don't know why Silence is in the free chip trader, but Timpani isn't. At least to my knowledge. What is my... I'm pretty sure it's not what it's supposed to be. Oh yeah, I still have Sneak Bug in, hey! That shouldn't be the case. We're nearly done with Guardian Reg, by the way. We're almost there. At this point, I wouldn't even really care too much if I lost it. Because the worst thing, which is White Shot 2L, is done. Yes, free as in the number free. With T8. Not F. Be cool if there was a free chip trader. I guess that's called Grega Master's Chip Trader Simulator. You just press the L button and get a random chip. Including Mega and Giga chips. Yep, Planet! That's a Snore and Pyro class. Only real ones will remember. Real ones will know the World Free Smackdown. There's not much to say here. It's the exact same as previously. We're gonna need to grind a few more chips once I'm done here. I don't think it's really many though. I have most of them already. I need MacBolt 2F. That I do need. Other than that, oh, and I need the wood powders, of course, for Duo Alpha and Duo Omega. Those are going to be very important. We're not winning this game without a couple of wood powders to back us up. Because Duo is immune to air hockey. Is this right? No, hold on. I went wrong. the last planet I did? I think it's 2. I think I missed this entire sequence here. Okay. The path is clear. And now I want wood powder. Now you're gonna say to yourself, but Time Link, didn't you know? Wood powder is in one of the extra folders you can get later on. Why would you want the wood powder now? To which I say, well, dear viewer, you will behold the mighty power of wood. And you will like it. So there's an encounter that has double wood powder and shrimpy here, but for some reason it doesn't show up when you use fish, even though it's supposed to be 50%. Unless this has a wonder, I think. So we're just gonna try and look for it and lock enemy. It's a circle gun too. Can never have enough sawdust, that's right. This is actually the first lock enemy I'm gonna use in the run. Nice, there's one. Yeah, the final boss usually has like a special shield or invincible gimmick of some sort. Duo also has the problem of floating, which means half of your chips don't work. A lot of chips that by all means should work don't. Like Circle Gun. Smack Bolt 2E. Need that. I guess Smack Bolt 2F is S, right? Yeah. I can't get the command code anymore, no! I'm washed again. There's number 2. I do want 4. You can get by with only 1, but then you're banking on luck a lot. Okay, so I can just S-rank this. Should give me Mac Bolt 2F. Well, I think there's a sense of, here's my deck that I build with everything the game gave me for this entire grand adventure. Let's go and take down the big bad with it. I do like that as a sentiment. I do also understand the other side, though. Having to, like, look at the challenge you are posed and then craft something around it has its own... Oh, hey, this is the encounter. I might actually not need to lock enemy it, though, because I already have to. You know, nice in its own way. Nice. So there's number 3. Yeah, it's just one more wood powder, and then... And yeah, I have Bub V, I have MacBolt 2 FG, Thunder 2, Circle Gun 2... I don't have Twin Fang 2 O, do I? I guess I will need that.
Okay, nice. That went a lot faster than it did in practice. It's actually kind of annoying. So I need to go to Meteor 3 for... We're almost done with Guard. Hey, where's my Guardian room? What? Apparently I've accidentally opened my folder at some point, but we're basically done anyway. I just need to get Twin Fang 2-0, which... Hey, look, there's Twin Fang 2-0! Alright! Isn't that nice? Hey, there's Guardian, but naturally. We can finally go back to our normal rec chip and we can look at our folder and path! Isn't that incredible? Alright, let me fix my Navi cut since we're done grinding. So I need custom 2 and I desperately need undershirt for the strategy to work. And then charge 1. And that should do it. So, let's go and get to Laserman. Yes, we are going to do another sanity check after I do Laserman. Because I'm not certain that I have everything. We'll see. I'm curious. This is a hand. This is a lot of different code. See if I can land double damage Z-Saver. Not really. I mean, we just keep doing this, I don't mind. Fine. Looking for that final Gundle Soul. Drop Pile Driver. Oh, he's spawning a Dark Hole. This heals. This laser will uninstall you, by the way. It'll remove Navicuss programs, which is kinda nice. Where's that? Did I already use it at some point? No, right? Where's that final Gundle Soul? Aha, there goes your Dark Hole. Well, at this point, I'm just gonna like, use them. Goodbye. Alright, that's Laserman. Okie dokie, let's add the side bamboos that we got. You've done well, Guardian. Where do I want to go? Probably time for a bunch of the off-coats to go, I'm sorry. Look at all the stuff we got! Isn't it? Okay. So, let's not equip folder 2. Let's check our pack to see what we have. So folder looks like this. Navicus looks like this. Pack should have High Cannon E, M Cannon EF, Vulcan Free W, Heat V, Bub V, Wonder 2, White Shot 2 LMN, Flameline 2 E and F, Flameline Free K. I'm just gonna get this in the ticket, that's not a problem. 4 Wood Powder, Twinfang 2 OPQ, Magbolt 2 EFG, Mega Energy Bomb D, Wide Blade C, Airhawk 1, 4 of them, Airhawk 2, 4 of them, and 1 of the other, Counter Free V, Boomer 2 LMN, Side Bamboo 2 times 4, White Whip 2, Moko Rush 2, Circle Gun 2, Big Hammer 2, Boy Bomb 2, Timpani, Guard 2, Triple Crack. I do have Double Crack, thank god. Recov 150C, Recov 200M, Northwind E, Anti-Water D, Anti-Elect H, Anti-Damage M, Anti-Recov D, Double Point, Volcust is in the folder, and then Navicus, another Wide Attack +1, another Charge +1, another Speed +1, HP +200, been red, green, and yellow, 640 base HP, 41 Magnum? It should be 40 according to my notes. Well, isn't that something? Okay, and we should have 5 unlockers left. Yes. Everything is ready to go. The only thing I need to do still is I'm gonna take these out instantly again. Just momentarily while I do this. Thank god that's also exactly 40 megabytes actually. Alright. Padware, thank you very much for the raid. I think I get fully healed before the Dark Mega fights. Yeah, we should be all ready to go to continue free. Extra reg memory for luck, yeah. I can finally encounter skip using the folder again. Thank god. If you have to guess the final time, what do you think you'll get? I'm hoping for ideally something right below 17 hours, but probably something more around 18 is fine. Alright. I wasn't really expecting to do this on Dark Mega, but I guess it's fine to do this. What? You idiot! You bumbling buffoon! He doesn't know! He tries to copy, but he doesn't have the knowledge. So this is Wood Soul. It heals pretty fast on grass. Hey! Don't... Jesus! That was pretty scary, actually. Hold on, I'm just gonna, Goodbye. Okay. Hopefully... Hopefully Duo should be a little less scary than that. So we're gonna set some panels. And until I draw another one I can go into Wood Soul, I'll just some Buster shots. That flame line, man. That was scary. And now we become tree. You know, I don't have super armor right now. Oh, this is the one attack that he has that can actually, undo our grass panels. I'll try and dig for another wood powder. Until then, we'll stay here. It's not a deal breaker, it's just annoying that he keeps interrupting my charge shots. Also, this is my last turn of Wood Soul. So I can't really enter the custom grenade. This is by far the easiest way to win this fight. This Twister does 80. I think it's 80? 80 damage unconditionally. Oh, it might be. That's definitely more. As you can see, it's pretty strong. And I'm basically not in danger of ever dying. Oh, well, there's the. Okay, I lied. He has 2 attacks. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright. And that's time for game 2. Ugh. Yeah, Wood Soul heals at a rate of 1 HP per frame on grass panels, which is stupid. There is no reason that it should heal that fast, but it does. Duo Omega will be dying the same way, I can tell you right now. Except I will also have super armor. Buster Pack doesn't really do anything. Alright, credits! Yay! I guess I'll go to the bathroom again. Why not? Gonna be my last chance for a while, so I will see you in a bit. Alright, I return. So, 9.5 hours in, we have, yeah, we have a bit over 10 hours to do continue free. Hopefully a bit less. 904 IGT, 121 out of 150. We're getting pretty close on standard. Good stuff, good stuff. So yeah, once more, with feeling!